Hi, I'm Jane Fonda.
I'm Lily Tomlin.
And I'm Sam Waterston.
And I'm also here. I'm June Diane Rayfield.
I thought it was just the three of us.
Oh, I thought it would be helpful to have a younger perspective.
Good morning. I think I've spoke with everybody at least once so far. Please stand. Judge will be entering shortly, and once he's done so, he'll have a few announcements to make before the hearing proceeds. But again, make sure all cell phones are on silent or vibrate. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. Good morning, everybody. We have a full house, like Easter Sunday. Okay. Good morning. I'm Judge Chuck Boudreau with the Office of State Administrative Hearings. Let me just go over a couple of things before we get started. I'm sorry. They can't hear me. Okay, is this the mic? Is this mic? So I need to talk to this mic, Evan. Okay, can everybody hear? Ready? Okay. Like this? Oh gosh, still not? Evan? Do I have to use my loud voice? Michael, can you hear me back there? Testing 1, 2, 3. That sounds a lot louder. Everybody's good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Again, I don't want to overdo it. Can you hear me okay? Good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. We don't normally have this many people in this courtroom. Okay, let's see here. Some obvious things, but they bear repeating. This is an important hearing. These are important things. We need to ask everybody to respect the proceeding. This is our big courtroom, but it's quite full, so please be, quiet. And again, you have phones and computers and the like. Just be very careful with them. Please turn off your any alarms or anything. This is not federal court where of course you wouldn't have it in federal court. I would lock you up if you did. computers and phones, noise to a minimum, moving around to a minimum, just don't be disruptive. No comments. This is not a public forum, no comments. Let's talk about the schedule for the day so everybody will be sort of prepared. I plan to go until 10:45 for the first break. We'll take 15 minutes. Then we plan to go until from 11 to 12:30 with a 30-minute lunch break. We'll again resume at 1 o'clock and a structured break at 2:30 and then reconvene at 2:45. Obviously, if something needs to be done or council need the opportunity for whatever reason, just let me know and we will consider that. Yesterday, we had, this case has been proceeding at a very rapid rate. It has to because it's an election case. And we had a conference on evidentiary matters, and I have reached a number of preliminary conclusions about documents that have been proffered. And this is going to be rather tedious, but I need to read these into the record. And then I want to hear from counsel if you have any specific questions or you want to discuss anything in particular. And I'm only going to read the documents which I'm admitting at this point. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had a preliminary matter. I'd like to invoke separation of witnesses, please.
Oh, do we only have, who do we have? We have Representative Greene, Professor.
Mr. Maglio, Dr. Maglio.
The professor,
here.
if you can step out. That'll be
Right.
fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Bob. Okay. All right, here's what's in at this point. Exhibit P2G is in George, the video. P21, the video only. P2N is in Nancy, the video. P6, the video. P10 from the congressional record is in. P11 is in. P12, which is the video. P13A is in. P14, the video only. P16, P17, P18, P19, P21, P22, P24, P27, P29, P36, P41, P44, P45, P48, P49, P51, P52, P53, P54, P55, P57, P59, P61. On P62, we had a discussion about this yesterday. There's a reference to a Senate report. The Senate report was not tentative. If somebody wants to tender it, I will admit that. Not P62 itself is not coming in. P63, P64, P65, P66, P68, 69, P72, P73, P74 and P75, P76, P80 and P81. Now, and then on respondents list, respondents list, the following are admitted: R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, and R14. Those are all in. I will, if the council want to perfect objections at this point or raise them for the record, I'll start with Mr. Shelley. If y'all have any objections that you want to raise this time.
Your Honor, I don't have my list handy, but are these the preliminary rulings that you gave yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I believe this is what I went through yesterday. There were a couple of items that I did not have a chance to review until today.
Yeah. 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure, take a second.
Your Honor, in fact,
Okay, I'll stay on our agenda. Judge Malley, can y'all hear me?
Not well, not well.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to speak to it more directly. Thank you, officer. Go ahead.
sorry, Your Honor, I thought yesterday you admitted P15 as well. I didn't hear that on the list.
Let
That
me
was the
look at
video.
this. Hold on. Oh, I couldn't find it. I mean, the link wouldn't work for me. That was my problem.
Okay.
If you want to submit it, I mean, if I can review it, I'll be happy to look at it.
Okay, we will do.
That was the only, I went looking for it today and I couldn't find it.
And then P50, I thought Your Honor had admitted as well.
Let's see. P55,
The 50, sorry, 50.
50. Well, I thought so too. I'm sorry, yes. That was my oversight, yes.
And then we had submitted to Your Honor 3 additional exhibits, P82, 83, and 84 yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Wait a minute, let me see, hold on. Oh, yes, let me look at these. Yes, I'm sorry, yes, those are, what was 80, 81, and 80, 81, and 83?
82, 83, and 84.
What was 82?
82 is a video,
Which,
the House impeachment video.
yes.
And
Yeah, the House impeachment video is adjustable, yes.
83 was the January 6th letter from Vice President
Yes,
Pence.
that's admissible, yes.
And then 84 was a video of the Congresswoman.
With the video, of Representative Greene.
Yes.
Yes, that was admissible.
And then just one more, Your Honor. I think on the respondents' exhibits, I thought you had admitted R7, which was a statute.
I did.
And then I believe you had said you admitted R6, but that was an article, and I thought
You are correct. Thank you for the correction. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Your
Wrong
Honor.
item. Yeah. Mr. Bob,
Nothing, Your Honor.
you're good? Thank you so much. Okay, appreciate everybody's indulgence on that. The lawyers in this case have been doing an excellent job, and they're under great pressure, so I appreciate everybody staying on task. So, with that said, I just had, there's a black hole sometimes that eats there. Okay. We're ready to begin then. So, as we've discussed, we're going to proceed. I'd like to begin with opening statements. Before we begin, anything, Mr. Bob, anything that you want to discuss before we start with opening statements?
No, Your Honor, I'm prepared for argument.
Great. Mr. Shelley?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, good. So what we're going to do is we'll start with opening statements. I like to have both of them at the same time. The burden in this case is on the petitioner by preponderance of the evidence, so they will get to go first. We will, and then we'll proceed with their case in chief. Who's going to present? Mr. Fine?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ron Fine on behalf of the voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District who filed this challenge. With me, of course, are Andrew Chelly, Sam Shapiro, Diamond Wells, Brian Sells, and of course our co-counsel watching remotely. Your Honor, this is a solemn occasion. This is not politics. This is not theater. This is a serious case that the voters who we represent have brought in order to offer proof that their United States representative seeking re-election, Marjorie Taylor Greene, having taken the oath to support the Constitution, then broke that oath and engaged in insurrection. And in order to understand that case, it's important to set the stage with some history. There have been past insurrections in this country, and we're going to hear about some of them. The most important of which was the Civil War, or as it was called at the time, the Insurrection. And Professor Gerard Magliocca, who is one of the nation's foremost constitutional historians of that era, specializing in Reconstruction and the 14th Amendment, will talk about some of that history. What was interesting about some of the differences between these past insurrections is that the Civil War involved states raising armies. They equipped them with uniforms, insignia, state-of-the-art military equipment. They marched in columns. They occupied huge tracts of land. That is not the only type of insurrection that this country has seen. Professor Magliocca will also talk about some of the previous insurrections that were on the minds of 19th century Americans. Those include Shays' Rebellion, also known as Shays' Insurrection, and the Whiskey Rebellion. These insurrections were of a different character. They were not quite as organized as the Civil War. The foot soldiers of those insurrections didn't march in armies. They didn't conquer vast swaths of territory, and they certainly didn't wear uniforms. That is the kind of insurrection that occurred on January 6th. The evidence will show a violent assault on the United States Capitol that the law enforcement and ordinary authorities were unable to control, that this violent assault had multiple purposes. Those included capturing and executing the Speaker of the House of the United States Representatives, the Vice President of the United States, other members of Congress. Those purposes also included, and for a time achieved, preventing the certification of the electoral votes for the president, incoming, Joseph R. Biden, and the disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. This attack on the sacred temple of our democracy, the United States Capitol, was unprecedented. And to be sure, it was less organized than some of those past insurrections. This was not a case where the leaders were on horseback leading the charge. This was not the type of insurrection where the leaders were standing in Richmond, Virginia, giving long-winded speeches to justify the mayhem. Rather, the leaders of this insurrection, of whom there were a number, were among us, on Facebook, on Twitter, on corners of social media that would make your stomach curl. The evidence will show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them. In order to understand that, January 6th has to be set in context. It didn't arise out of nowhere. Even before January 6th, as December 2020 turned into January of 2021, there were multiple shifting tactics used by different groups, some violent extremist groups, some nonviolent groups, all loosely coordinating, all with a shared central aim of preventing the certification of Joseph Biden as president. The tactics shifted. The different leaders jockeyed for position. Some were in violent extremist groups, some were elected officials, some were influencers of various types. You'll hear about them. You'll hear about these different figures, some of whom isolated themselves from some of the action with layers of deniability, some more plausible than others. There'll be direct evidence. There'll also be inferential evidence. And that inferential evidence includes coded language. Let me explain what I mean by that. The evidence today does not include surveillance tapes purporting to show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was directing the plotting of the attack. That's not going to happen today. The witness list today does not include a turncoat witness who's going to come and risk their own exposure by testifying that he or she was ordered by Marjorie Taylor Greene to take certain actions in secret. That's not the type of evidence that we are going to present today. Rather, the way that insurrections are organized nowadays is less in uniforms with military hierarchies and chains of command, less with detailed military plans of battle, and more through social media and the mass media. That's the era that we're living in. in many cases, the communications have multiple layers. And anyone who knows a teenager, is a teenager, or knows anyone in their 20s knows that hashtags and memes and ways of communicating among internet subcultures can mean that words that could have one meaning, a benign meaning or even a baffling meaning to large portions of the American public, can carry a very different significance to the people swimming in that particular subculture. So the most important witness today, after Professor Magliocca testifies, the most powerful witness against Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy, the most powerful witness in establishing that she crossed the line into engagement of insurrection, is Marjorie Taylor Greene herself. You'll hear her words, of course, on the stand, what she says and what she doesn't say. You'll also hear what she said in the past. Again, some of that will be in somewhat coded or veiled language, but you'll also hear, in some cases, the mask falls, and she shows us exactly what she intended. Now, she was not on the Capitol steps urging the attackers to breach police lines and smash through the doors on January 6th. That was not the role that she played. Different figures within this larger effort had different roles. But what became clear as December turned into January, as lawful means of preventing the certification of Joe Biden were exhausted, as nonviolent, even if unlawful means were exhausted, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene nonetheless played an important role. And her role, even after she took the oath on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, was several-fold. To bring people to DC, again, not by providing trains and buses that would transport them directly, but rather through other means, to contribute in the planning, and to signal that January 6th would be, as she said herself on January 5th, our 1776 moment, a coded phrase with great significance. In fact, it turned out to be an 1861 moment. Instead of violence against a foreign empire, as we saw in 1776, she urged and encouraged and helped facilitate violent resistance to our own government, our democracy, and our Constitution. And in doing so, she engaged in exactly the type of conduct that triggers disqualification under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is to say, she engaged in insurrection. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bob?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I represent Marjorie Taylor Greene, member of Congress of the United States, in this hearing. And Your Honor, this is a court of law. This is not a political candidate debate. This is not a place for political hyperbole. It is not a place for political smear. It's a court of law. And what we just heard, there was not a word about the law. What does the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment mean? What does the word insurrection mean? What does the word engage mean? Not a word. There was not a word about the First Amendment that prevents normal political speech and a hyperbole from being used against someone. Not a word. They think they're in the wrong place. Well, I plan to talk about the law. What does this mean? This very serious charge that has very broad ramifications to the rights of Representative Greene, the voters in her district, and our democracy. First, the right to vote is at stake. right here, right now. Because they want to deny the right to vote to the thousands of people in the 14th District of Georgia by having Greene removed from the ballot. Those voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choosing, and they have a right to have their vote counted. Now, the primary is May 24th. Absentee ballots have already been printed. They will be mailed on May the 2nd, and early voting starts on May the 7th. And what is their hope is that there'll be a decision by the Secretary of State right before the primary, where she is immediately struck from the ballot. And those people that go into the polling place cannot vote for their candidate of their choice. Because by utilizing this procedure, the substantial constitutional and federal law violations that this candidacy challenge presents cannot be decided by this court. Unlike civil court or criminal court, which will always prioritize deciding issues of that magnitude before being subject to a trial, before being penalized by disqualification, and before the irreparable harm that will occur if that occurs. But that's the nature of the procedure. When can Representative Greene raise her constitutional defenses, like the evidence you are presenting violates the First Amendment to the Constitution? When are we going to be able to litigate that question? In state court. After she's disqualified, after she's stripped from the ballot, maybe after the primary occurs and she loses, well, nobody can vote for her, and obviously loses it. Well, whoop-de-ding. Okay? How do we recover from that? How do we go back from that? These are irrevocable. This is harm to the voters and to the candidate. Now, second, our democracy is at stake. It should be the voters, not government employees, public officials, judges, and lawyers who decide our elections. Voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice unless there is very compelling legal, not rhetorical, justification for that. Third, and which is not present here. Third, fundamentally, First Amendment rights are at stake. Not only the right to vote, as I've mentioned, or the right to run for office, but also the challengers will try to use the First Amendment protected political speech of Representative Greene as evidence of, quote, engaging in an insurrection or rebellion. That's unconstitutional and should not be allowed. And finally, the charge not only triggers disqualification, but is a serious federal criminal offense that she is being charged with. Now, this is a very serious matter, and the decision should be based on admissible evidence under the rules. We recognize that you have greater latitude than that, but the charges, the seriousness of the charges, we think warrant that adherence and faithful application of the law, and we expect that you will do that. Now, procedure. Georgia law, and here I am talking about the law. Georgia law 21-2-5 permits a candidate challenge under two circumstances. One, a candidate is not qualified to be a candidate. All right? And number two is a candidate is not qualified to take office. Of course, these are different conceptually and different in their application. So a claim under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has to do with your ability to take office, because it doesn't address candidacy in any way. It's the ability of a representative in this case to take office because she has sworn the oath of office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Congress has not given her amnesty. And finally, when she presents herself to take the oath of office, she could be challenged, which we think is the exclusive constitutional right of Congress, not state officials, to decide whether or not she is eligible at that time to take office. So we're not dealing with a candidacy disqualification, we're dealing with a alleged take office qualification. Now, unfortunately, as I mentioned, many of these issues cannot be decided by this court, even though you might make recommendations to the Secretary of State on the matter. And we have fully briefed this already in our motion to dismiss and to stay the proceedings. The constitutional claims, the federal law claims, the protections of the First Amendment, speech and debate, and what these words in Section 3 mean. So let's look at that. We admitted evidence is R2, which is the 14th Amendment, and it includes, of course, Section 3. And Section 3 provides that no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, et cetera, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid and comfort to the enemies thereof. So there's a sequence. You have to have originally taken the oath, you have to then engage, and then you are disqualified, and Congress can determine that you're disqualified for having done that, from taking a subsequent oath, and therefore cannot assume your position as a member of Congress. And then furthermore, but Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And of course, that's the various amnesty acts that have been adopted or could be adopted by Congress. Now, this provision, as I mentioned, makes it clear this is about eligibility on January 3rd, 2023. Not today, not tomorrow, but eligibility when she presents herself as a re-elected member of Congress. She could be excluded under the exclusive power of Congress to judge the qualifications of its members. That's where these people should be. In Congress, explaining why she, once she is re-elected, is disqualified from taking her seat. Now, what makes clear is that in her case, she took the office for the first time, and these are in our stipulated facts, on January the 3rd. That's the first time. And so she would have had to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. In other words, under the Constitution, prior to January 3rd, she could have done it under the law. Now, it's preposterous that she would even consider it. She reveres the United States Constitution. But the way the statute or the constitutional provision is set up, she would have to have engaged after. So, evidence of anything she did prior to January 3rd is just completely irrelevant to the Section 3, unless it is a direct admission of her intention to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. Anything else she says is not only, it should be excluded because it doesn't fit the charge, right? But as I will soon demonstrate, it is protected by the First Amendment. Now here, words matter. And at every turn, the challengers mistake what the law is in their complaint. Obviously, they didn't discuss it here, but in their complaint. And calling something something doesn't make it something. Calling an orange an apple does not make the orange an apple. An orange has characteristics that are pre-established and are applied to determine whether the word apple applies. Here, the key phrases in Section 3 are themselves defined by the law. Now, they start off in misstating the law by saying that Representative Greene should be disqualified under Section 3. This is also called, by the way, the disqualification clause. Because she is someone who, quote, aided and engaged in an insurrection, end of quote. Complaint, page 1. Aided and engaged. Where is that in Section 3? It says engaged in insurrection or rebellion or gave aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. There's no aided and engaged in this. In this statute. Now, each of those phrases, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, that phrase, and its or accompanying phrase, gives aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Each of those have special meaning. Engage is an act. It is a direct and overt act of insurrection. It is about, as one commentator said, domestic war. That's what engaged in insurrection or rebellion is about. The or, giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, as the same commentator said, is about foreign wars. Each of these phrases have been used several times in federal law and have come to gain particular meaning. They're words of art. So you can't take aid out of the second part about foreign wars and add it to the first part that is about domestic wars. That defies the rules of construction. It flaunts the technical and meaning of those phrases, of those words. So what is engage and what does it mean? Well, engage connotes conduct, a direct overt act of insurrection to overthrow the United States government. It is about things like, which the people who drafted this well understood, many of them were part of the victorious, thank the Lord, Union Army, and they knew what an insurrection or rebellion was. So it was taking up arms, voluntarily joining the Confederate Army. It was about working in the War Department for the Confederate government. It was about providing supplies and equipment and material for the people who were conducting the war. So these were direct overt acts of insurrection. Now, instead of looking to that, what we have already heard described as their evidence, and of course is well revealed in their complaint, they want to hold against her First Amendment protected speech. And here's a few examples. On page 19, quote, "The people will remember the patriots who stood for election integrity," end of quote. That is supposed to be about an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection. Or they said, she's alleged to have said, quote, "Congress is the last line of defense from a stolen election," end of quote, on page 21. Isn't that quintessential political speech? Isn't that recognizing the role of Congress in certifying the electors? How could that be interpreted as an overt act to engage in insurrection or rebellion? Well, it can't be. And now, the question of voter fraud in the 2020 election is a quintessential example of political speech, legitimate political disagreements about what happened. Yeah, the Supreme Court in Republican Party of Minnesota versus White, actually the first one I argued in the court, said that announcing views on disputed legal or political issues is at the core of the First Amendment. At the core. Now, this is disputed, no question. But to say that is an act of insurrection, it is a direct overt act of insurrection against the United States? When Representative Greene was an elected member of Congress who on January 6th had a constitutional duty and responsibility to be on the floor where she was to determine whether or not electoral votes from the states were to be certified. Now, the First Amendment demands a very narrow test. I've already said and argued that engage connotes conduct. Right? But we can look to a much broader term that actually allows speech to be considered. And that is the Brandenburg case and the NAACP case, which we cite. And that is the word incitement. Now, incitement and engage are different words with different meanings. And in fact, you know that for sure because there are federal statutes that say incite and then say engage in certain conduct. I mean, they're used as different words, right? Incitement, the Supreme Court has said, is speech, but the Supreme Court, because of First Amendment concerns, so that normal, everyday political speech will not be punished as they want to do, says that speech must be, quote, directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and that it is likely to incite or produce such action. End quote. That's on page 30 of our motion to dismiss. That is very restrictive, right? But we know how restrictive it really is when we point out the statements that are made where people are claiming that is incitement, and the Supreme Court says, no, that's protected by the First Amendment. For instance, a Ku Klux Klan leader, quote, advocated the duty, necessity, and propriety of crime, sabotage, violence, or other unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform, end quote. And the Supreme Court said that is protected First Amendment speech. That is not incitement. There was also a statement by an NAACP official where he said, quote, "If we catch any of you going in any of them racist stores, we're going to break your damn neck," end of quote. That was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. And we also have seen where a Vietnam War protester said, "We are taking the street again," end of quote. And that was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. There is absolutely nothing that Representative Greene ever said that passes the Brandenburg test of incitement, and she can't even be held into account for incitement because this is engage, which requires conduct. Look, they knew what the words meant, and they chose the words that they were going to use. This was going to be a very narrow and disqualification. Now, then they claim that Representative Greene promoted or organized the January 6th rally away from the Capitol, right, near the White House, and where some of the people at that rally went to the Capitol, and some of those attacked the Capitol. And I call it an attack. It was despicable for these people to do this, to attack the Capitol of the United States. So over 700 have been charged with crimes. If they are guilty, they should be convicted of those crimes. But you know, not a single one of them has been charged with engaging in insurrection or rebellion, which is a federal criminal offense. Not one. Not one of the people that actually attacked the Capitol, assaulted police officers, broke in, and were there unlawfully. Well, the First Amendment right to assemble means that the right to assemble does not lose all constitutional protections merely because some members of that group may have participated in conduct or advocated doctrine that itself is not protected. So this was a quintessentially protected First Amendment right of assembly, and that some people left and went to the Capitol, some people attacked the Capitol. You can't hold the people who organized the peaceful and constitutionally protected rally. They cannot hold that against them because that's what they did. Now, second, the challengers misstate the law regarding what is an insurrection or rebellion. They say it is, quote, to overthrow the government or obstruct its core functions, period, end quote. That's on page 32. Nowhere in any case does it say that insurrection includes obstruct its core functions. It certainly says overthrow the government, and certainly if that would occur, all of the functions would transfer to someone else, right? But they want to expand this so that, for instance, when a heckler in the House gallery stands up and heckles the Congress, the House, and they have to suspend that person is guilty of insurrection or rebellion because a core function has been obstructed. Look, this word is way more serious and narrow than what they say. Let me give you examples of what the either statutes or the courts, etc., have said. A domestic war. That is on page 20 of our submission motion to dismiss. a domestic war. Second, and that was the Attorney General in 1867, 2, combinations too powerful to be suppressed by ordinary course of judicial proceedings or by the marshal. That was temporarily so, apparently. I don't know. But even if it were, it wasn't, it was temporary and short-lived. Third, a rising so formidable as for the time being to defy the authority of the United States in such force that civil authorities are inadequate to put them down, and a considerable military force is needed to accomplish the result. Jay's Rebellion collapsed when the U.S. military showed up. And the military wasn't required here, even for the temporary attack. An armed insurrection too strong to be controlled by civil authorities. And then finally, the court in Allegheny City juxtaposed what an insurrection is and what an insurrection isn't. It says an insurrection is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operation of government. It is not, while crimes growing out of mob violence, which we certainly had on January 6th, however serious they may be, or however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace, which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society. They're different, dramatically different. Now, we have stipulated that a group of people that did not include Representative Greene unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6th. And they did. I mean, I say more than that about what happened, as I just have before your court, Your Honor, on behalf of Representative Greene.
Excuse me, Justice.
But, yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Bob. Mr. Hamilton,
Sorry?
that's my guy who needs to help us with the sound. Excuse me just a second.
I hope he helps us with the temperature. He is the man.
Thank you very much. Apologize for
Thank
the
you.
interruption.
No.
If you're not under, we're far too old to deal with these issues. Far too old. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so we have willingly stipulated that people enter the Capitol unlawfully, and I say that more than that, more than just unlawfully. But significantly, they are willing to agree that those people that entered unlawfully did not include Representative Greene. So she did not engage on the attack on the Capitol. That, if there is conduct that meets the term engage, that if there is conduct that would ever meet the term engage, it would be breaking into the Capitol. That would be an engagement, certainly, an overt, direct overt act. And however, I think describing that as insurrection or rebellion is just political hyperbole and not under the Constitution. And that's what you have to engage in. Now, what you will see is pertinent evidence about what she did from us from January 3rd until the end of the day on January 6th. And, you will see that on January 3rd, and we've stipulated she was sworn in, she met with President Trump about making objections to certain states' electoral votes based upon evidence that she believed and others believed constituted sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election in those particular states. You will see that on January 6th, and of all the tweets and all the videos, we are presenting this with you. This is during the moment when the attack on the Capitol was occurring. And she is in the Capitol in a dark hallway, and she says, first in the tweet accompanying the video, which they do quote in their complaint, "Be safe, be smart, stay peaceful, obey the laws. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump and support election integrity," which they believe they were doing on the floor of the United States Congress. And then the video, so I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure that everyone is safe and protected. And let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support election integrity, and support this important process that we're going through in Congress where we're allowed to object. So this is very important, so I urge you to stay calm. Be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in the fight for you. God bless everyone. Be careful. Be safe. Be smart. And obey the laws. A few days later, after the attack occurred, she said, "We," meaning members of Congress, "did not plan, cause, and denounce the January 6th attack." And then FBI Director Wray testifies before a committee of Congress. This is R5. "I was appalled, like you," he's addressing members of Congress, "at the violence and destruction that we saw that day. I was appalled that you," members of Congress, "our country's elected leaders, were victimized right here in the very halls of Congress." Representative Greene was a victim of this attack. Her life was in danger, she thought. She was scared and confused. Her children were frantic about what was going on and feared for her safety. That is not what a person who planned the attack would react. And you will see her reaction. And you will then hear her testimony. So, the attack on the U.S. Capitol, as despicable as it was not an insurrection or rebellion, and she certainly did not engage in it as understood under the law. That is what the evidence will prove, and why she should remain, among multiple other reasons, remain on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. All right. We'll start with Professor MacLeod.
Well,
Can you pronounce his name again? I'm sorry.
Maglioka. Maglioka. Do you want to
I struggled.
Your Honor, we want to start just by reading into the record the stipulated facts. It'll take a moment.
If you want to read them, that's fine. They're admitted. But you can read them.
The parties to the above captioned proceedings through their undersigned counsel stipulate that the following facts are true. That the respondent is over the age of 25. The respondent has been a United States citizen for more than 7 years. The respondent is an inhabitant of Georgia. Petitioners are all registered voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District. On January 3, 2021, the respondent took the oath of office to be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for the first time. A joint session of Congress was called to order at or around 1 p.m. on January 6, 2021, for the purposes of opening, counting, and resolving any objections to the Electoral College vote of the 2020 U.S. presidential election and certifying the results of the Electoral College vote. a group of people that did not include the respondent unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. On January 26, 2021, joint session of Congress was suspended while people were unlawfully inside the U.S. Capitol. Congress certified the results of the Electoral College vote at or about 3:40 a.m. on January 7, 2021, and respondent filed her candidacy for the upcoming midterm elections for Georgia's 14th Congressional District on March 7, 2022, and filed an amended notice of candidacy on March 10, 2022. We'd like to call Professor Magliocca.
Okay. Professor, you get to go here. Good morning, raise your right hand.
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that testimony given in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
Okay, please proceed. Proceed each time.
Good morning, Professor Magliocca. Could you just repeat your full name for the record?
Gerard Magliocca.
And what's your profession?
I am the Samuel R. Rosen Professor at the Indiana University Robert H. McKinney School of Law.
What's your educational background?
I received my college degree at Stanford and my law degree from Yale.
And could you summarize your professional experience since then?
Yes, I was a law clerk for 1 year, and then I was an associate at a law firm for 2 years, and I've been a teacher for the past 21 years.
And Your Honor, I believe Exhibit P61, his resume has already been admitted to evidence.
That is correct.
So we don't need to retread it. Professor Magliocca, what are your areas of research?
My main area of research is American constitutional history.
Now, you don't have a PhD in history, though, do you?
I do not.
So what is your experience working with historical materials?
Well, I do work at archives around the United States on books that I write. So, for example, I've worked at the Library of Congress, Mount Vernon, the Chicago History Museum, the National Archives, and as well as other facilities that hold documents.
And how much of your work has been original historical research using original historical materials?
Well, more than half. I mean, obviously, I use secondary sources, read other books and articles to do my research. But
Give me just a second. I think they're having difficulty hearing. Oh.
okay, sorry.
Yes, you have to unfortunately have to talk to the student.
Did you need to finish that question?
Would you like me to repeat my?
Please.
Yes, I'd say I do more than half of my work on primary sources, and then the remainder consists of reading the other books or articles written about the subjects that I'm studying.
What methods do you use when you're conducting this original historical research?
Well, I use the same methods that a historian would use. So, for example, I try to identify documents and make sure they are authentic. I try to understand the documents based on what was going on at the time, and also to make sure that I'm quoting them in context rather than out of context, for example.
Have you ever heard the phrase law office history?
Yes, I have.
What do you understand that phrase to mean?
It means reaching a conclusion and then trying to find historical materials to justify the conclusion that you've already reached.
And how is your research the same or different from law office history?
Well, I don't have any particular conclusion when I begin a project. I do the research with the materials, and then I gradually reach a conclusion based on what I read and what I see.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to repeat your entire bibliography, but specifically with respect to your historical research on the 19th century, how many, if any, books have you published?
5.
And what subjects were they about?
Well, the first one was about Andrew Jackson and the period in which he was president. The second was the period at the end of the 19th century when William Jennings Bryan was running for president multiple times. The third was a biography of Congressman John Bingham, who was one of the principal framers of the 14th Amendment. The fourth is a book on the Bill of Rights that covers the entire history of the Bill of Rights, including the 19th century portion. And the one that I've just written is about George Washington's nephew, who was Bushrod Washington, who was a justice of the Supreme Court for 30 years in the early 19th century.
In addition to these books, have you published academic articles in academic journals about 19th century constitutional history?
Yes, I've published about 10 articles that relate to 19th century constitutional history in various journals.
And in the past, let's say 3 years, have you been asked to give any academic lectures or speeches outside your university on 19th century constitutional history?
Well, of course, they were virtual because of the pandemic, but yes, I gave a talk at Mount Vernon in 2021 about the book, the Bushrod Washington book, and I've been doing some other things related to that. That's been the main source of lecture that I've done.
And have you received any fellowships or professional recognition for this work?
Yes, I was a fellow at Mount Vernon from 2019 to 2021, where I worked in the archives there on the Bushrod Washington project, looking at his letters and other correspondence that was related to my research.
And then turning to the 14th Amendment and Section 3 in particular, have you conducted any research on this?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe in broad terms that research?
Yes, in the fall of 2020, I researched and wrote a paper on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The paper was completed in December and made available to researchers and anyone to see on the Social Science Research Network. That happened around December 10th, 2020.
And what perspectives do you use to address questions about the 14th Amendment?
Well, primarily I look to what was said in Congress about the amendment proposal, because that's sort of, well, the most important initial source. Then I also look to secondary sources outside of Congress. For example, what did newspapers have to say about the pending proposal, what was said in the states to the extent that we can find out about the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So it's primarily looking to the discussion or conversation that Americans had about the 14th Amendment when it was proposed and under discussion for ratification.
And how are these approaches similar or different from the types of ordinary legal analysis that lawyers and judges ordinarily do?
Well, I mean, there's some overlap, of course, but I focus much more in my work on the surrounding politics or social aspects of what's going on at these particular times with these particular constitutional issues, rather than focusing more on the text or the cases. So obviously you have to do some of both, but I'm more of a more of a historian than a lawyer in that respect.
Your Honor, at this time I move to tender Professor Magliocca as an expert witness in 19th century American constitutional history.
I object, Your Honor. Number one, he was not tendered as an expert in the specification of witnesses. Number two, they had provided us no expert report, which is required for such an expert, so that we can prepare for his testimony. Number three, he has not produced to us the documents that he relied upon in order to reach whatever conclusions the expert report reveals. So we, under civil rules in Georgia, that's all required. None of that occurred here, and it is fundamentally unfair for us to show up at a hearing with no preparation other than his resume, which we got a couple days ago, and cross-examine him without an adequate opportunity to prepare that is always provided for an expert witness.
As I have said before, I'm unclear what the role is for a professor. He's indicated is he going to testify essentially to the contents of his article that he wrote?
No, Your Honor. The subject matter of the questioning would address matters that were not entirely embraced within the context of his law review article.
Your Honor, I apologize. I have one other comment.
Yes.
And I was going back and forth whether or not this is proper when he starts asking questions or now, but I want to raise it. What he has described is his expertise. And what he has, they've said he will testify about, are quintessential legal questions. If a statute is vague, you look to the legislative history. That's what he wants to testify about. That's a legal question, what the legislative history is and what it provides. It is not for a person to testify about. These are about facts, about what happened on January 6th, before, and not on legal matters. This is quintessential, legislative history is quintessentially what us lawyers do and judges decide. So I would object generally on that ground.
I'm struggling because I'm trying to, I don't know what the testimony is going to be. I mean, it's a circular question. But the issue of the history of the 14th Amendment, if petitioners want to spend their time with a history of the enactment of the 14th Amendment, I will listen. But I concur with you that I will not permit and will not entertain testimony regarding the meaning of statutes or anything that would be properly the subject of briefing. So what I will let you start, and I would also suggest, I mean, to me, this all sounds like the sort of stuff that would be coming in appropriately in the briefing. And if you have articles and authorities and original documents that you wish to cite, I'm happy to read them. But I don't know that it makes sense for us to be dealing with a series of objections on things which are historical in nature. So I will let you start, but I may stop you. Okay? And I will entertain objections when and as appropriate. Go ahead, Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor, can you just briefly summarize the historical context for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
Yes, so after the Civil War, elections were held across the South for Congress and for the Senate, and some of the people who won had been leaders in the Confederacy. They arrived in Washington seeking to take their seats. Northern public opinion was outraged at this because these were some of the same people who had led secession. So those members were excluded from Congress, and then consideration was given to some formal proposal that would exclude them for some period of time afterwards.
And who are the primary framers of this provision?
So Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was drafted by Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, and it was narrower than the original proposal that had been put forward in the House of Representatives. So the House proposal for Section 3 would have prohibited all former Confederates from voting in federal elections until 1870. So the senators considered that too broad and unfair. So the substitute drafted by Senator Howard focused instead on office holding rather than voting, and did not apply to anyone who had been engaged in insurrection. Instead, it applied only to officials, either current or former, and civil or military, on the thought that it was the leaders of the insurrection who should be held accountable rather than ordinary followers.
And in developing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, did the framers look to any historical examples of insurrections other than the Civil War?
There were other examples, but there was nothing cited specifically in the debates in Congress about that provision.
What, if any, historical insurrections were well known to reasonably educated mid-19th century Americans?
Well, there were two. One was Shays' Rebellion, which was also referred to as Shays' Insurrection, and the other was the Whiskey Rebellion, which was also referred to as the Whiskey Insurrection.
So let's start with Shays' Insurrection or Shays' Rebellion. When and where did that occur?
So Shays' Rebellion occurred in Massachusetts at the end of 1786 and early 1787. It was a tax protest by farmers who were upset about high land taxes that had led to many foreclosures of farms. So what started happening was that groups of farmers would arm themselves and go to local courts to basically stop the courts from operating so that foreclosure sales could not happen. This built up to a point where the state militia was called in to sort of deal with this suspension of the normal operation of the courts by the armed people. And that led to a clash at an armory when some of the sort of insurrectionists decided to try to take some weapons. 4 people were killed, and after that the rebellion or insurrection ended.
You said that their goal was to stop the courts from operating.
That's correct, to
right?
prevent foreclosure sales on farms.
And from a historical perspective, what were the key features of Shays' Rebellion that would be remembered in the mid-19th century by reasonably educated Americans?
Well, that it was an effort by armed people to suspend the civil authority of government for a period of time, and it was considered a significant event because it seemed to have an influence on the framers when they gathered in Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention, because they saw it as an example of why we needed to replace the Articles of Confederation with a new constitution.
And was it considered an insurrection or a rebellion or both?
Well, so in Federalist number 10, James Madison, the subtitle of Federalist number 10 was, "The Union as a Safeguard Against Domestic Faction and Insurrection." So, and he was referring to Shays' insurrection as well as some other upheavals that had happened in the states prior to that. And then in the 19th century, a well-known book by Justice Joseph Story referred to the insurrection in Massachusetts. Story was from Massachusetts, so probably explains why he emphasized that point in his book.
Thank you. Let's talk about the other one you mentioned, the Whiskey Rebellion or Whiskey Insurrection. What was that?
So the whiskey insurrection was another tax protest by farmers, this time on a federal tax on whiskey and other spirits. So farmers in Pennsylvania were upset about this, and they decided to start getting armed and trying to prevent tax collection. They did this in various ways. Sometimes they would, well, in one case they tarred and feathered the tax collector. Also, they would basically attack places where the tax collectors were known to be, and they also shut down courts because, again, to some degree, the courts were necessary to further the collection of the taxes, because sometimes there were foreclosures that were required to, pay the taxes that were owed.
How many casualties were there in the Whiskey Rebellion?
There were 4 or 5 people were killed in some skirmishes. Eventually, George Washington called in a large force, more than 10,000 troops, to go into that portion of Pennsylvania, and basically, for the most part, the insurrection just ended because of the sight of this large force led by George Washington, but 4 or 5 people were killed.
How well organized was the Whiskey Rebellion?
Well, it was a loosely organized thing. There were mostly local groups doing different things. There wasn't really a single leader at all that we know of.
And by the time of the 1860s, how well known was the Whiskey Rebellion to ordinary, educated 19th century Americans?
It would have been very...
I object. We're now beyond even legislative history. He's already conceded that in the debates, they were talking about the Civil War, not what these were colloquially called insurrection, not the legal definition under
Sustained.
Section 2.
Next question.
If I recall your earlier testimony correctly, you said that 4 people died in Shays' Rebellion and 4 or 5 in the Whiskey Rebellion.
I object. I mean, he's going on with this is to talk about something that was irrelevant as even legislative history regarding Title III. These were never cited.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did I have those numbers right? You said 4 or 5 people died in each of those insurrections?
Correct.
So, to the extent that 19th century Americans thought of these as insurrections, in addition to, of course, the Civil War, how would 19th century Americans have understood what level of violence or bloodshed was needed before the word insurrection would be used?
Well, some violence was required, because there was no thought really that you could have a peaceful protest and that would be considered an insurrection, but there was no particular thought about how much violence was required.
And how would they distinguish between, or would they distinguish between a riot versus an insurrection?
I object. He's going
Sustained.
into mind reading.
Sustained. Next.
All right. What sources did 19th century Americans use to understand the meanings of words?
I object to, yeah, no foundations in the way for that claim.
Sustained.
All right, let me rephrase. Your Honor, I'd like to display an exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence, which is P81.
P81. Bear with me.
Look at the, yeah, one more page after that one. Can you see that, Professor Maglioc?
Yes, I can.
What are we looking at?
You're looking at an 1830 edition of Webster's Dictionary.
How is that dictionary used in 1830 and afterwards?
Well, it was the leading dictionary in the United States during this period,
Well, excuse me, what period are we talking about?
1830.
Okay, 1830, okay.
Was the dictionary updated on a semi-regular or regular basis after that?
Yes, much like modern dictionaries, they would do a new edition every so many years.
But this is the 1830 edition.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this dictionary, you've seen it before.
Yes, I am.
To what extent does it inform, if at all, your understanding of how words were used in the mid-19th century?
I object.
Sustained.
Let's turn to the next page. And if we could zoom in on the left column and the top. Can you read that, Professor Maglioc? It's a little dicey.
Oh boy, okay.
Can you zoom in even more, Dan?
My best. Okay.
Can you?
Yes, I think I can.
Can you read a couple entries down? And I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud, but do you see there, can you read the definitions there?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with if this dictionary has a definition for insurrection?
Yes, it does.
And what can you, without reading from that definition, is that, in your experience as a historian, is that typical of a 19th century understanding of the word insurrection?
Sustained. Sustained. You don't even stand up. Document speaks for itself, counsel. Next.
Fair enough, Your Honor. How do you use these dictionaries in your own work?
Well, they're helpful in putting terms into context. For example, if I'm reading a letter and I'm trying to understand what somebody meant, sometimes the definition that people used back then isn't the same as the definition that we use now. So it's you have to check.
Right. Let's go to Exhibit P80, if we may. This has also been admitted into evidence.
P80.
Yes. And what are we looking at here?
This is a statute, Georgia statute enacted in 1866.
And why did, what is the statute about?
Insurrection.
And do you know why Georgia enacted this statute?
I believe it was because of it was in response basically to what had occurred during the Civil War.
And Your Honor, I haven't asked the question yet.
I haven't objected yet.
You may answer the question.
But maybe I should just stand, okay?
I'm sorry, this is very serious stuff, but what concerns me, Mr. Fine, is this is what I would expect to be reading in briefs. This is not what I expect to hear testimony on. This is historical data that can be reviewed and commented on and proffered and so forth. I'm indulging you because of the importance of this hearing, but you may ask the question. I will, if I hear an objection, I'll rule.
Thank you, Your Honor. When, Your Honor, may I briefly confirm?
Sure, sure. Back, we're actually past my 10:45 break, so let's take our break, we'll reconvene. Stop now. This is not a show. Do not do that. We will stop now. We'll thank you.
Marjorie.
That's fine.
Hey, I'm Ben Mycelis. I'm Brett Mycelis. And I'm Jordy. And we are the hosts of the MeidasTouch podcast, the top-rated, top-watched political podcast for pro-democracy content. Each week we do multiple episodes where we break down the political issues.
Hey, you want to try to get back to your seats? We'll be getting started back here shortly. Just to answer the question, I know it's on a lot of your mind. The AC is on full. It's just working. It's working very hard.
I just wanted to give a gentle reminder to Marjorie. All the individuals with media equipment, they requested special permission to have their equipment and take pictures and video. So if you weren't granted that permission, we just ask that you not please take pictures. And secondly, please try to refrain from clapping and shouting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and that second, that will not happen again. If that happens again, you will be escorted out of the building. This is not a performance. This is deadly, deadly serious stuff. So I appreciate everybody treating it appropriately. All right, Mr. Fine, we're back on the record now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more minutes, Professor Magliocca. Professor Magliocca, how are the southern states governed after we surrendered?
Well, there were temporary civil governments put in place by President Johnson, but then in 1867, Congress passed the Military Reconstruction Acts to impose essentially martial law on almost the entire former Confederacy.
So, for example, who was governing Virginia during that period?
A Union Army general.
And when was 14th Amendment, Section 3 first implemented?
So it was first implemented in the Military Reconstruction Acts because those acts said that there had to be new elections throughout the South to elect conventions that could ratify the 14th Amendment and write new state constitutions. And so the acts provided that people who were covered by what it described as Section 3 of the pending amendment were not going to be able to vote in the elections for those conventions. And then there had to be some means of determining whether people could or could not vote under that standard.
Okay. Can we please put up Exhibit P48, which has been admitted into evidence already? See what that is?
Yes, this is an opinion of Attorney General Stanberry interpreting the First and Second Military Reconstruction Acts.
And when was that issued?
This opinion is May 1867.
When was the 14th Amendment ratified?
In 1868.
And where was this printed?
This was in the New York Times. It would have been widely reprinted in newspapers across the country.
Okay, great. We can put that down. How widely was Section 3 applied in the years after the ratification of the 14th Amendment?
Well, between 1868 and 1872, it was implemented many times, mostly to remove state and local officials who had been part of the Confederacy, but also in a couple instances to exclude people from office.
And what led to it not being implemented as much?
So in 1872, Congress exercised its power under Section 3 to grant an amnesty to many of the former Confederates. Basically, in part, that was because there had been private bills that had been giving amnesty to individuals, but largely that was simply, did you know a member of Congress? And then, if you did, they would pass a bill for you.
Your Honor, I moved to strike his first statement. It was a legal opinion. And that is whether the Amnesty Act of 1872 gave amnesty to former only, if you will, former officers. It's a legal question. that
I understand you raised the issue. I'm going to let it stand. But thank you. I mean, I understand the point. Believe me, I understand the point.
What did the debates around amnesty in public and in the streets or in Congress center on?
Well, that's a question.
Wait a minute. There's a lack of foundation for what
Fair
is
enough.
that.
Okay, all right.
We've got to have a little foundation.
All right. How familiar are you with the debates that led to the 1872 amnesty?
I'm quite familiar with them. I read all of them.
And what did they focus on?
Well, they focused on whether people deserved amnesty, first of all, and second, if so, who should be excluded from that. And basically, would it be good for sectional reconciliation or not? Those are the big questions.
And how much of those debates centered around ex-Confederates as compared to anyone else who might become subject to Section 3?
Well, it was basically about ex-Confederates because those were the people who were petitioning Congress for amnesty.
Just a few more questions. During the Civil War itself, how did Washington, D.C. fare?
Well, it was a fortified city, and for good reason, because there was a Confederate attack by Jubal Early on the Capitol in 1864 that was repulsed at Fort Monroe.
And were there, or how many, if any, presidential elections occurred during the Civil War?
One in 1864.
How orderly was that, if you know?
It was very orderly.
And how did the counting of the electoral votes proceed?
There was no problem with it at all.
When, if ever, did the Confederate insurrectionists seize control of the United States Capitol?
They did not.
And in your opinion, if in 1864 or 1868 a violent mass of people had seized control of the U.S. Capitol during certification of presidential electoral votes, and disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, would 19th century Americans have understood that?
Sustained. You stop that question. Next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Bob?
No, Your Honor, not other than to welcome a fellow Hoosier. And
The thought crossed my mind.
yeah,
Mine did.
and I was a history major. So maybe I could sort myself in.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Step down.
Your Honor, the petitioners call Marjorie Taylor Greene to the stand.
Representative Greene. Raise your hand. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony being given this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Mr. Shelley, go ahead.
May I proceed? Thank you. Good morning, Representative Greene. I'm Eddie Shelley. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter. Ms. Greene, you were elected to Congress in November of 2020, right?
Yes.
And you became a member of Congress on January 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you became a member of Congress, you became a member of Congress by virtue of having taken an oath of office, right?
I became a member of Congress by being elected by the people of the 14th District.
Okay, but you actually were permitted to take your seat in the House of Representatives because you took an oath of office. Isn't that correct?
I swore an oath on January 3rd.
And that oath required you to swear that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right?
Yes.
And it required you to swear an oath that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, right?
Yes.
And part of the oath that you took says that you were going to undertake that obligation to defend the Constitution against all enemies freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Do you recall that part?
I think so.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it. This will be Plaintiff's Exhibit 63. I just want to make sure you get a chance to see it. react to other people's comments when they're as a way to get your political views out into the world.
It's my freedom of
React
speech to do
to
so.
other people's comments when they're, and you've been very successful at using social media to get your views out into the world, right?
I would say that's an opinion.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. You've got hundreds of thousands of people who follow you on Twitter and Facebook, right?
No, not really, because my personal Twitter account doesn't exist anymore.
Before it was suspended by Twitter, you had hundreds of thousands of people following you on Facebook and Twitter, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the way Facebook and Twitter work, my understanding is they don't have to necessarily follow you to read what you have to say, right?
I guess so.
So it could be millions of people who have read the things that you have said on Facebook and Twitter over the years.
I don't know that.
But it could be. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people read or see what I post on social media.
But what you post on social media is what you want people to know about your political beliefs, correct?
Sure.
You're not putting stuff up there as a joke, are you?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, we'll come back to that. And you use Facebook and Twitter to communicate with your constituents in the 14th congressional district here in Georgia, right?
Yes.
So immediately after the 2020 election and through January 6th, and even beyond that, you issued a number of tweets and made statements on Twitter and Facebook about the election, right?
Yes.
You tweeted a whole lot of material about your views of what happened in the 2020 election.
Yes.
And the thrust of those tweets were that you felt that the election was stolen from the sitting president.
I object. That is,
You can ask the question, what is your opinion?
Well, I also want to ask whether she communicated that opinion through. Well, let's do it that way, Your Honor. I take your point.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
I'm going to show the witness a number of her tweets, and I wanted to make sure that I understand the context of them, that's all.
Well, she said she posted on Twitter.
Right. And my question is whether she posted material that reflect the opinion that you have. Strike that. Ms. Greene, you had the opinion between November 2020 when the election happened and January 6th, 2021, that the election was stolen from President Trump.
I object.
I'm
Am I
just
right about that?
saying, ask her if you've got questions about specific documents or
Okay.
specific things, go ahead. Let's not bandy around.
Let's go to PX 2A, Ms. Wells, please.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
2A, Your Honor. Can you see that on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here in 2A is a document. Well, I'll ask you, can you tell us, is this a statement that you posted on Twitter on December 3rd, 2020?
Go ahead.
Sure. Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a statement where you talk about that you were looking for a senator to join yourself and Representative Mo Brooks to reject the fraudulent votes for Joe Biden and to keep the real Donald Trump in the White House, right?
I object, Your Honor, to the, you can hear my objection.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, Jim.
All right. This violates the right of free speech. There's nothing in this statement that meets the Brandenburg test, even if speech could be considered, since it can't when we're dealing with engages, which is conduct, not speech. And it does not even meet the incitement test, which requires directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action.
Your Honor, we heard
that
an
is
hour of
likely
argument this
to-
morning on this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is likely to incite or produce action, end of quote. So it's objectionable. And to call her into account for her First Amendment free speech is unconstitutional.
Mr.
and
Bob, I
irrelevant.
appreciate your argument, but that's an argument. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Cho.
When you sent out this, strike that, did you send out this tweet, Ms. Greene? Ms. Wells, could you put it back up?
Yes.
And when you sent out this tweet, you wanted the people who read the tweet to know that it was your view that the votes for Mr. Biden for president were fraudulent, or some of them were, right?
That really wasn't the purpose of that tweet.
I'm just asking whether when you sent this, you were communicating to the people who read your Twitter account that you believed that there were fraudulent votes for Mr. Biden and that your goal was to keep President Trump in the White House.
I was communicating that we were looking for a senator to join our objection, which is very much part of the responsibilities and duties that I can do as a member of Congress.
I agree with that, but the purpose of that was because you believed that the votes for Mr. Biden were fraudulent, right? Or at least some of them.
We had been spending a vast amount of time reading and researching and talking to people and had seen tremendous evidence of voter fraud. I don't know if you're aware, because I know you're not from Georgia. We currently have, our Secretary of State has an
Your Honor,
investigation
I would move
going
to
on
strike
into
this.
election
I'm entitled to
fraud
get
right
answers to
now.
my questions.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Greene. All right, let's back up.
By the
What was
way,
que-
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we missed something very important. Can the representative be sworn?
Oh, thank you. No, I swore in.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
I forgot. Sorry, thank you.
All right.
Uh,
And can I ask the court to acknowledge that this is an adverse witness,
Yes,
a
yeah,
hostile
I
witness?
acknowledge that she's an adverse witness and you
And-
may therefore cross-examine.
Right.
Even though she makes only your case in chief, yes, I acknowledge.
And I would ask the court to remind the witness that in this posture, she has to answer my questions. She can't give speeches. Is that
Well,
fair?
You're entitled to an answer to the question that is asked.
She's
You're not
also entitled to
make
make her answer.
You're not entitled to answers that are, to require her to answer when the question is objectionable, violates her First Amendment rights, is irrelevant to the charges that are being made, just to what? Fishing expedition, political theater, what is this?
This is cross-examination.
No, this is cross-examination.
I'm entitled to a
Let's-
yes,
let's-
no, or I can't answer response.
Let's go ahead. Go ahead.
Unless this is objectionable.
You have a standing objection, Mr. Bob, to everything in the world. I want to question your witness. Let her
Okay,
get-
gentlemen,
my
wait a minute, wait a minute,
Fine.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
You-
That's
you're
enough.
instructing me-
Stop. Mr. Bob, please sit down. Next question, Mr. Chuck. This is not theater. This is not an argument from the Supreme Court. This is an evidentiary hearing. So let's get going. Go ahead, Mr. Chuck.
Ms. Wells, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 2C, please?
Sorry, which number?
2C. Ms. Greene, is this a tweet that you sent out from your account on December 19th, 2020?
Yes.
And in this tweet, let me go back a second. Your Honor, I would just ask that the previous exhibit, which I think was 2D, be admitted into evidence.
What was the number?
2D.
2A.
I'm sorry, 2A.
All right, so 2A is in. Yes, I'll admit it.
I'd ask that 2C be admitted into evidence.
2C. All right. Say that again. I was distracted. Go through it again.
Sure. I asked the witness if this was her tweet. She said it was.
This is your tweet. Okay.
And I asked it to be admitted into evidence.
I object. It is not probative, and it violates your First Amendment rights.
Well,
It has nothing to do with engage. It doesn't, before January 3rd.
it's in for what it's worth, Mr. Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know it's worth anything, but it's in.
Go ahead. And I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I do think it's my responsibility to make pertinent objections.
I respect it, Mr. Bob. I respect it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Representative Greene, in your tweet on December 19th, 2020, that we marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, one of the things you're communicating to the people who would read this tweet was that you want them to come to Washington on January 6th for a demonstration. Is that right?
For a march for Trump.
Right. Fight for Trump. The phrase that you use there is hashtag fight for Trump, right? That's what the words say.
That's what it says on my tweet.
Okay. And you posted that because you, in fact, wanted people to show up on January 6th, 2021 in DC in order to help you stop the theft of the 2020 election from your point of view.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we got a clear answer on this. You did believe at this time that the 2020 election had been stolen by the Democrats from Mr. Trump, right?
I was asking people to come for a peaceful march, which is what everyone is entitled to do under their First Amendment, but I was not asking them to actively engage in violence or any type of action.
My question is really simple. It's about your opinion. When this tweet came out and in this period, it was your opinion that the election had been stolen from Mr. Trump or was about to be stolen, right?
Under my opinion, there was a tremendous amount of fraudulent things that happened in the election, and under my opinion, I want to do anything I can to protect election integrity and to protect the people of my district in Georgia, people's votes. They should count.
Is it fair to say, Representative Greene, that from election night of 2020 until January 6, 2021, your personal opinion and your wish was that Congress not certify Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election?
No, that's not accurate.
You believed that Joe Biden had lost the election to Mr. Trump, right?
Well, yes, we saw a tremendous amount of voter fraud. We have investigations going on right now in the state of Georgia. There's investigations going on in multiple states. My own husband showed up to vote on the general election, and when he went in to vote in person, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot, when in fact, he had never even requested an absentee ballot. There's many instances.
Oh. Your Honor, now, I understand there's an IT issue that requires a pause.
Okay, well,
Should we take?
how long do we need? 2 minutes? All right, well, I'm not, everybody just be patient while it's done. Appreciate your patience. Oh, I see what you're doing. Representative Greene.
No, I'm ready.
The camera was on, that's why I didn't want to stop.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Good?
Let's take 10. Let's come back. I mean, Representative, you may step down. Let's take 10 minutes. We don't need to stay here. Let's just take 10 minutes.
Everybody remain seated, please.
No, I said I'm gonna let them go.
The parties to the other room.
Huh?
We will get the other parties to the room. Just
Oh, okay. However you do it. Thank you.
Yeah, just remain seated until the parties exit the courtroom.
Let's just take 10. Come back. Take some time. Let's come back at 12. It's just
Okay.
by the time you get out and get in. Let's come back at 12. Everybody come back in. Let the parties out and we'll come back at 12.
Coming your way.
Going up.
Oh, okay.
20 minutes now, but it's 11:40.
No, we need to go.
I reached down there, I apologize.
Tell me, Lee.
Yeah. I think it's actually.
Well, I'm not doing anything for the next 5 minutes. So.
Do you want to, I mean, I'd have to cut the stream.
Oh, well, don't do that. God, no. Let's not
And then repost it, which is a whole.
No. Let's not mess with that.
I've already had to do it once because the internet.
Because it's certainly a question
I had
of
to
court.
post a new stream that
But lots of
luckily
questions. You know, like a doctor, is this, did they violate the standard of care? You don't ask the doctor though, did they commit the That's right. So it's a really.
How's the Wi-Fi in here? I haven't even tried. What is?
Do you want to know what it is?
It's basically a result of this being. Therefore, the normal rules of that are unrestricted because people just want to try to have a better understanding of what's going on. Now, so.
I know, I tried to find it online. I think it said it was on Google Books. That's what I get for Googling old dictionaries. I think it's on Google Scholar. Yeah. I know, well, I was trying to like pay attention and transcribe and find the dictionary.
I remember they wanted to
Oh, it's Trish.
Oh, you should have did, yeah. So, what is that? It's just
State. And then just, that would just, and then put mine on.
You're not supposed to change gives when
Yeah, back in my grandmother's days, they retired.
Work on your.
I write
But I'm on that with me.
Right, it would probably been like
I love it. It's a good song. There's a good song. Aren't necessarily less high when they shoot. Yeah, he has a concert coming up in Mobile or something. She wants to go to. Yeah, now it's like so my job over this.
When my son was little, it was funny. We had a four-wheel drive truck at the time, and I had him in the middle and back. And he just it was just, and he would slap his little just.
One of the mains. All right.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Shelley, thank you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that Mr. Bob not consult with his client in the break period while I'm examining her. That's generally not permitted, in my experience.
Go ahead.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please, Ms. Wells?
I'm sorry, we're on 2C?
2C.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Greene, this is the tweet that we talked about a little bit earlier. Just a quick question on it. You issued this on December 19, 2020, correct?
I can't see real well, but I think that's the date.
Maybe we can make it a little larger.
That's what it says.
And what you were doing in this tweet was you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump saying that the protests that were planned for January 6th were going to be, quote, wild, right?
I object. We don't have the, where's the article?
Right there under the picture of President Trump.
Does it quote that?
Yes, it says, Trump, supporters should join wild protest in D.C. on Jan 6th.
Okay, I withdraw my objection. I can't see that. I can't see.
We can make it a little larger, Ms. Wells. You can answer the question, Representative Greene.
What was your question?
My question is, what you were doing in this tweet is you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump making a statement that the protest on January 6th would be wild, right?
I tweeted an article that had the details of the dates and times.
Right, and also included President Trump's statements that he expected the demonstrations on January 6th to be wild, right?
I don't think that's what my tweet was about.
Okay, well, but you see that the article says Trump, supporters should join, quote, wild protests in D.C. on Jan 6th.
I don't remember tweeting that specifically for what you're saying. Those are your words.
No,
Those aren't mine.
I'm actually reading from what's on the...
You're speculating on why I tweeted that, but I don't remember tweeting it for that specific reason.
Ms. Greene, I'm just asking questions.
I'm just answering.
And in your tweet, you mentioned earlier that your words, join hashtag March for Trump in D.C. on January 6th to fight for Trump, that you were urging people to come to Washington for a peaceful demonstration, right?
Peaceful demonstration,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah, that word peaceful is nowhere in this tweet, right? Hold on. That word peaceful is
I
not in this
can't
tweet.
read it, there's only half of it there.
Let's give the representative a paper copy of that. I want to make sure I'm
No,
not
I can
missing.
see it now, it was scrolled up just a second ago.
Peaceful's not in there, is it?
Well, you know, like,
Is the word peaceful in there, Ms. Greene?
it does not say peaceful right
That's my
there.
question.
But
Thank
you're
you.
asking me, and I said for peaceful demonstration, just like people have the right to do in their First Amendment.
I'm asking, there's not a secret code in there that it's supposed to be peaceful, right?
Well, I never mean anything for violence. I don't support violence of any kind, and I've said it over and over again. So I'm telling you.
You just
that
didn't say it on this occasion, did you?
I never mean anything for violence. All of my words never, ever mean anything for violence.
We'll examine that question. Go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2F, please.
2F.
F?
F is in Frank.
Yes. And I'm looking at the, yes, this top half of the exhibit. Ms. Greene, this is a tweet that you sent out on January 2nd, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall this?
I don't recall tweeting that, no.
Okay. You can set that to one side. Well, let me ask this question. Does anybody tweet things on your Twitter account? Strike that. Did anybody in January of 2021 tweet things on your Twitter account without your permission?
On what day?
Any time from November of 2020 to January 6th.
I don't remember. That's difficult to answer.
Okay. You'd be surprised if somebody got into your Twitter account and tweeted something without your permission, wouldn't you?
Well, no one tweeted anything without my permission. I just don't remember who tweeted what.
Fair enough. Now, would you agree, Ms. Greene, that this tweet from January 2nd, 2021 is something that we can fairly attribute to you being that it was tweeted on your Twitter account?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. We take that down. Ms. Greene, you've had your disagreements with Speaker Pelosi, isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've had political disagreements with her. You don't agree with some of the things she's done in her career, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
Right. You don't agree with a lot of things she's done, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
In fact, you think that Speaker Pelosi is a traitor to the country, right?
I'm not answering that question. It's speculation, it's hypothetical.
You've said that, haven't you, Ms. Greene, that she's a traitor to the country?
No, I haven't said that.
Okay. Put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on now. I believe by not upholding the, securing the border, that violates her oath of office.
Fair enough. I'm not interested in her oath of office. I'm interested in that you said that she's a traitor to our country, right?
I object, Your Honor. She is not. This is.
I don't see the relevance of that, Mr. Shelley. Next.
Your Honor, can we give Mr. Bopp a standing objection on the First Amendment grounds?
No.
Because this is an effort to interrupt my examination of the witness. I am attempting to establish the witness's desire to engage in insurrection during the period January 3rd to January 6th. Now, it's true that some of the things that she said are relevant if they were, even though they occurred before January 3rd. But there's no First Amendment objection to evidence, Your Honor. She said what she said.
There is First Amendment objections.
We don't agree.
Well,
Fine, but I get to make my objection.
you can make the objection. You can have a standing objection.
I don't want a standing objection.
Because he wants to interrupt my flow, Your Honor. That's not appropriate.
I don't object to everything.
Okay.
Okay, I have specific things that I think I object to, and I should be extended the courtesy to do that.
You may object.
Thank you.
But,
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
well, 5 now. 5, okay.
So I'm placing before you what we pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, which is an article that appeared in CNN on January 26th, 2021.
You have a hard copy of this available?
Should be in the book.
I mean, does she have a hard copy? I mean, she can't read it off the screen.
We have one for her.
Good. Let's start using hard copies.
Okay.
You can't read stuff like this off screen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you may. You have a standing permission to approach the witness to deliver copies of documents as to which you're going to ask your question.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, if you could scroll down a bit. Ms. Greene, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the 4th page of the exhibit. This is a paragraph that starts out, "She's a traitor to our country." You see that?
I object, Your Honor. What possible relevance could it be that she had political disagreements that resulted in hyperbole that is commonly used
Your Honor, this is
among
an argument.
people?
Overruled. Next.
Thank you. I just want to ask a narrow question, Representative Greene. Did you say, referring to Speaker Pelosi, she's a traitor to our country, she's guilty of treason, she took an oath to protect the American citizens, she gives aid and comfort to our enemies who would illegally invade our land, that's what treason is, and our law representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government, and it's a crime punishable by death, is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason. Did you say those words?
I said, this is what I was telling you, is I she doesn't uphold our laws.
It's a
She
simple
allows
yes or no
illegal.
question, ma'am.
I mean,
She
She
say
can
those
answer
words.
without being instructed by him to say yes or no.
I don't agree, Your Honor. This is cross-examination.
This is
I'm
so
entitled
what?
to an answer to my question, not a
Representative
speech.
Greene, did you say these words that are quoted on the bottom? Did you say that?
according to the CNN article, I did. I don't remember.
Do you recall saying?
I don't recall saying all of this, but I do recall having said this about I totally disagree with the border issues.
Okay,
And I
ask and
believe-
answer. Next question.
Okay.
And Representative Greene, you have advocated the use of physical violence against people you disagree with politically, right?
I object without context, without anything.
Overruled. Go ahead. What's the question again, Mr.
You've advocated the use of physical violence against people that you disagree with politically.
That's a question.
Yes.
Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't know how to answer that.
Next question.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
E5.
E5.
Thank you. So that's the same one.
Same
Is that
one.
correct? Okay, thank you. You've got a copy of this, Representative?
Oh, is it the
Yes,
same
the
one?
same thing.
Okay.
And, well, let me ask a foundational question. You understand that on social media posts like Facebook and Twitter, one of the things, well, I guess on Facebook, one of the things you can do is you can like someone's post, right?
You can like people's posts.
Right. And when you like someone's post, that's a way of signifying that you agree with or admire or think it's correct, the post is correct, right?
I don't know. I don't agree with your phrase of questioning.
Well, I'm asking you. Isn't it true that when you personally, Ms. Greene, like someone's post, you're signifying your approval for what the post said?
No, I don't agree with how you're phrasing that question. No, I don't agree with that.
So it's true, though, that you liked a post that suggested that, quote, a bullet to the head of Nancy Pelosi would be a quicker way to remove her as Speaker of the House than impeachment, right?
Now, you're using a CNN article, which CNN has lied about me multiple times, and you're using a CNN article
I'm
as
asking
your
you to
evidence.
answer my question. Did you like a post that said it's quicker, that a bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Nancy Pelosi from the role of Speaker?
I have had many people manage my social media account over the years. I have no idea who liked that.
Okay. Are you testifying under oath it wasn't you? Just want to be clear on that.
I am testifying. I have no idea who liked that comment.
Fair enough. It could have been you. Right?
She's
I am
she's
telling you,
answered the
I
question.
do not know.
She's answered the question. Go ahead. Next question. Counsel.
By the way, you know, Ms. Greene, that one of the places inside the United States Capitol building that was invaded by people who were doing violence was Ms. Pelosi's office, right?
I was inside the chamber during, on January 6th, so I do not know all the places that those people went. I only know where I was.
Are you telling us that in the more than a year since these events occurred, you have not become aware that one of the offices that was invaded by people who were illegally in the Capitol was Nancy Pelosi's office?
I've seen that on the news.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure. I haven't investigated all of that.
Now, you mentioned earlier in response to some of my questions that there was a demonstration that was being planned for January 6, 2021 called the March for Trump, right?
We talked about it on one of my Twitter post.
Right. And that demonstration was being organized in part by an organization called Women for America, right?
I don't remember who organized it.
Okay. Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D?
I'm sorry, which one, Mr. Kelly?
I'm sorry, 2D, Your Honor.
D or B?
D.
B is in boy.
No, D is in dog.
D is in
Sorry.
dog. Thank
And
you.
we're going to do this on paper, so I gotta. I placed in front of you what's a document that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D. Let me just begin by asking, one of the things that you can do on Twitter, Ms. Greene, is you can retweet or send out again somebody else's tweet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on Plaintiff's 2D, which I placed in front of you, you are retweeting a tweet sent by Kylie Jane Kremer on December 19th, 2020, right?
I don't know if I retweeted it.
Well, if you look carefully, it says Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's an American flag, and it says retweeted. As
I
your
don't know
testimony,
if I retweeted it.
You don't recall one way or the other.
I don't recall.
And it's your testimony that if this got retweeted from your account, that would have been done with your permission, right?
I don't recall retweeting it.
That's not my question. You don't deny that Kylie Jane Kremer's message was retweeted from your account in the form set forth as Plaintiff's 2D on December 20th, 2020. I'm sorry, December 19th. You don't deny that, do you?
This is what your picture has, this paper has. I don't have this Twitter account anymore. So I don't remember retweeting this.
Okay, but you do remember that there was this thing called the March for Trump that was going to be on January 6th, right?
Yes.
And that Women for America were one of the organizers, right?
I don't remember, but that's what this says.
Okay. And one of the other hashtags for the demonstrations that were planned on January 6th, 2021 in Washington, D.C. Was a hashtag Stop the Steal. Hashtag Stop the Steal, right?
Stop, yes.
Yes. And another hashtag that got used at the time was, a website that was being used to organize people to come to Washington was something called wildprotest.com, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's have a look at PX33, please.
Mr. Jelly, P.
PX33.
X, PX.
I call it PX. P33. Right?
P33.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30.
Oh, I got you, sorry.
I placed before you, Ms. Greene, a document that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit or Petitioner's Exhibit 33. I'm just going to ask a couple questions about it. Does this refresh your recollection that there was a website known as wildprotest.com that was encouraging people to come to Washington for a protest on January 6th?
I don't remember the website, but I'm seeing it here on your paper.
Okay. And wild was the term that President Trump used to describe what he thought was going to happen on January 6th, right?
Wild is also a term that high schoolers use when they talk about spring break.
Fair enough. But whatever the title of the demonstration or the name or the hashtag that was used, you would agree that you were aware after the election and before January 6th that people were being asked to come to DC for a large demonstration to object to the certification of Joe Biden as President of the United States.
I was aware people were coming to support our objection in Congress, and on January 6th, the only thing I was preparing for was objecting.
When did you first become aware that there were going to be large demonstrations in DC on the 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you consider at any point participating in any of those demonstrations?
It was put on my calendar, but then I never went. We were too busy. We were, looking at all the evidence and preparing for our debates and preparing to object.
And who put it on your calendar?
I don't know.
Somebody on your staff, I take it?
I have no idea.
Well, wasn't a complete stranger, right? It was somebody from your congressional staff, right?
Probably so, but I have no idea.
And as you sit here, can you tell us why it is that an appearance for you at that demonstration was placed on your calendar?
Can you rephrase that question?
Sure. How did it come to pass that it was put on your calendar that you were going to appear at a demonstration? I understand you said you were too busy.
I don't know. I was so busy just preparing to object. I don't know.
You were going to go to one of these demonstrations as a speaker, right?
I don't think so. I was always preparing to object. We were very busy.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as number 33. And if you go about 3 pages in at the bottom of that page and then over to the next page, it says invited speakers and featured guests, right?
I'm assuming I guess I was on there because I was invited.
Right.
But
yeah.
I don't know who made this website. I'm sorry, I can't answer to anything about it.
Well, you can answer that that's your name and face, right?
That is my name and face, but I don't run that website. I have no idea who does.
My question to you, Representative Greene, is you or someone under your authority at your congressional office authorize you to be placed as a speaker or guest of the wild protest demonstration?
I get many invitations as a member of Congress to many events and all kinds of speaking engagements, and most of the time those go on my calendar, but they have no relevance as to whether I attend or not.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Greene, that through your office you authorized your name and your likeness to be associated with the wildprotest.com demonstration?
No, you cannot say that or assume that. That would be whoever organized this.
Well, let's talk about that. Going back to 33. You know Ali Alexander, don't you?
No, I don't really know him, no.
When you say you don't really know him, you've met him, right?
I've seen him before, but I don't know him.
Yeah, how many times have you been in his physical presence, to your knowledge?
I cannot even guess, hardly any.
10? 20?
No.
Have you shaken his hand?
I've shaken his hand before, yes. I
Have
shake hands with pretty much everyone I meet.
Lots of people, right? And he's a friend of yours, right?
No.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Did you discuss with Mr. Alexander the idea of you coming to appear at a demonstration on January 6th?
I do not recall that, no.
You're not denying that happened, you just don't recall one way or the other?
I do not recall that, no.
Well, did you discuss with anybody attending the wild protest demonstration that was planned for January 6th?
I do not recall ever talking about attending.
Other than people on your congressional staff or your campaign staff, list for me all the people who you spoke to about the demonstrations on January 6th.
That would, I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Okay. You don't remember any of them?
I do not remember.
Not any of them?
No.
Okay. And you spoke to some people about those demonstrations prior to being sworn in as a representative from the 14th district, right?
I don't remember.
And you spoke to some of those people after you took the oath on January 3rd and before the 6th, right?
I don't remember.
Did you speak to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be demonstrations in Washington on January 6th?
I don't remember. We were mostly reading information about election fraud, and people signed affidavits about what they'd witnessed with voter fraud and preparing to object. That was pretty much all I remember doing.
Right, pretty much, but your testimony as you sit here today under oath, is that you didn't talk to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be large protests in Washington on January 6th.
I don't remember.
You spoke to Representative Biggs or his staff about that fact, didn't you?
I do not remember.
How about Representative Gosar?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Did you talk to people at the White House about the fact that there were going to be large demonstrations on January 6th in Washington?
I don't remember.
Prior to January 6th, Representative Greene, did anyone ever mention to you the possibility that there might be violence in Washington on January 6th, 2021?
I don't remember.
So it's possible that folks told you things could get violent in Washington on January 6th, right?
I was a brand new member of Congress. I don't remember those conversations, but I would hope Nancy Pelosi and those in charge of the Capitol were taking the Capitol security very seriously.
My question is just about whether anybody at all ever mentioned to you the possibility of violence.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you're not denying it, you're just saying you don't recall.
I don't recall.
And you don't recall that people said, you know, we're having these big demonstrations in Washington, and some of the people who come to those demonstrations might become violent. That never happened.
The only violence I'd ever seen was Antifa and BLM riots, and I've been to so many Trump rallies, have never once seen violence out of Trump people.
Right.
I don't recall any talk of violence.
And you knew that the people who were coming to the demonstrations on January 6th, those were Trump people, right?
I knew there were many people coming to support President Trump and our objection on January 6th.
Right, and at least some of them were coming because you asked them to come, right?
I don't recall personally asking people to come, but evidently I tweeted about January 6th.
Anybody, strike that. Did you have any conversations with anybody in government, representatives, senators, White House staff, the President of the United States at the time, any government official or government employee about the fact, this is now prior to January 6th, about the fact that there was a risk that people coming to Washington for January 6th demonstrations might become violent?
I object. That's the fourth time he's asked the same question. She's repeatedly
same
saying,
question.
This is the
oh,
last
it
time.
really is the same.
I will let it, what, you can ask questions last time.
I don't recall.
Ms. Greene, did you ever hear that from any source prior to January 6th that some folks were planning to come to Washington on January 6th? And the idea was that they were going to flood the Capitol with people.
No, I don't remember ever hearing that.
You never discussed that with anybody.
No, I do not remember that.
But you supported the idea of people coming to Washington on January 6th and flooding the Capitol, right?
No, I support people's First Amendment to have a peaceful protest, use their freedom of speech.
Well, previously you publicly said that one way for people to express their displeasure with their government would be to flood the Capitol building with people, right?
The Capitol belongs to the people. That's where you come and speak to your senators, your representatives. You come to express your views. You come to talk about how you want your tax dollars spent. You come to talk about how you want senators or representatives to vote.
My question is a bit more narrow than that. You publicly expressed support for the idea that people should come to Washington to express their displeasure with their government by flooding the Capitol.
I don't remember.
She's answered the question. Next, move on.
Can we have PX 23, please? Ms. Greene, I've placed in front of you what we previously marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 23, which is a CNN article entitled, in 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene told protesters to flood the Capitol and feel free to use violence.
Your Honor, I object. This is in 2019. How many years back? High school? Do we have to be treated with statements that, like, flood the Capitol? Flood the Capitol?
Your Honor, this is a speaking objection. It's not appropriate.
Go ahead. You may, if you can figure out how you're going to lay the foundation for this, you may proceed. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention, Representative Greene, to the second page of this exhibit.
Mr. Shelley, could you please go through the proper things so she knows what she's looking at?
Yes, I thought I did, but
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Greene, this is an article that appeared, we believe, on CNN in the wake of January 6th. I asked if you've seen this document before.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask some questions about statements that are attributed to you in this article, and you can tell me whether you made them or not, okay? The second page of the document has a quotation that reads, quote, "All of us together, when we rise up, we can end all of this. We can end it. We can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to, because we are the American people." You recall making that statement in 2019 in connection with a protest around Fund the Wall.
No, I don't recall.
Next, go
I
ahead.
object.
Next.
Are you denying that you made that statement?
Objection noted.
You denying that you made that statement?
I'm saying I don't recall.
Okay, you're not
This
denying
is-
it, you just don't recall.
It's a CNN article.
She said she does not recall. That is the answer. Let's move on.
Can you scroll down? Further up, please. Yeah, keep going. I'm sorry, Judge, I think I'm missing a page in my copy of the exhibit.
Okay.
Going? Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom of, yeah, down a little bit. All right, thank you. You can stop right there. A little further along in the article, I'm just going to ask you whether you made this comment. If we have a sea of people, we will shut down the streets. If we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. Did you say that in connection with the Fund the Wall demonstration in February of 2019?
And because it's about the Fund the Wall demonstration, I not, after she was sworn in as a member of Congress, and taken
It's irrelevant.
completely irrelevant to what she.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Let's go on. Let's move on, Mr.
Did you say that?
I don't recall. You're using CNN, and they've chopped up my words so many times. They've lied about me so many times. I mean, you sound like you have as many conspiracy theories as QAnon at this point.
Well, you believe in QAnon, right?
No, I did not say I believe in QAnon.
Let's move on.
You don't
This is
believe
not
in
re-
QAnon?
This is not relevant. Let's move on.
She brought it up, Your Honor. Can we get PX 84, please, as well?
Which one?
84?
84.
Is that your face, Ms. Greene?
It appears to be.
Okay. So this is a video clip. I'm going to ask that you play it. It's about 1 minute 50 seconds, and simply ask if that's you making those statements.
Your Honor, before he starts running this, I object unless he assures us that this is the complete clip, not selected out
Right.
pieces, that is the entire.
We haven't touched it, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not saying you touched it.
Right. Well,
This is on, you're prepared to play this. I think your responsibility, and I'm asking the court to require this, or I object, is to make sure that this is not taken out of context. You want to present it as evidence. I think you should be required to explain that this is the entire statement that was made, not some selected piece out of context.
May I be heard on this, Your Honor?
sure, of course. Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, we have been denied the opportunity to conduct discovery in this case, as Your Honor knows, given the speed with which this proceeding had to go forward. We have been denied the opportunity to issue subpoenas, to get records, to do precisely what Mr. Boff would like me to do. In fact, Mr. Boff objected to all of those things and said, we don't want them to do those things. So the idea now that he is objecting to us playing a portion of his own client's words, she can defend herself quite ably. She will tell us if it's out of context or if it's QAnon or something else.
Let's back up. First of all, what is this again?
This is a video, we believe, of the Congresswoman making a statement.
And where did it come from?
It came from the CNN article, links to it, from Facebook.
So this was pulled off of what, the internet?
Well, it was connected through CNN, I believe. No? Through the tweet. From a tweet.
Okay, next question. This is the complete, that's what was there? Is that
That's what was there, yes.
Okay, have you made any alterations?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any alterations?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know when it was made?
We believe it was made in February of 2019, but
All right, you can now ask the witness about it.
can we play the video, please?
In Washington, D.C. on February 23rd and protest and march with me at 8 a.m. Really? Please, I'm begging you. If we have a sea of people, if we shut down the streets, if we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, flood all the government buildings, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. You know what? February 23rd may be kind of cold. We're going to go inside. We're going to be warm. And then we're going to demand that our federal government serve we the people. Because we're sick and tired of their ways. We're sick and tired of the corruption. See, here's the issue. Here's the issue, America. They think that we're stupid, and they treat us like we're stupid, and we allow it. We allow it. Well, no more. We're not going to allow it anymore. We want solutions to the problems. We want to take care of America. America is first. Americans come first with Americans' taxpayer dollars. We're done. We're done. And we have a massive list of grievances, okay? We have a huge list of grievances. And that's why on February 23rd in Washington, D.C. at 8 a.m., we're going to march and protest. And I am telling you to get your butt there. I'm begging all of you to be there. Be there. Let's make this huge. There's a lot of really, really great people organizing this. You don't even know.
Ms. Greene, that's you, right?
That's me.
And in that clip, you were urging people to come to Washington and flood the Capitol, right?
What year was that?
You tell me, Ms. Greene.
I believe it was for February 23rd, 2019.
Right.
There was no violence that day. We peacefully protested.
Fair enough. But my point is to ask you the question. You were urging people for that demonstration to flood the
To
Capitol.
peacefully protest with me and enter the Capitol and ask our lawmakers to serve the American people.
So now you remember giving that statement, right?
Now that we've watched the video, I remember that.
Now that your memory has been jogged a little bit, do you remember talking about that demonstration being done on a peaceful basis?
That demonstration was peaceful.
Right. And you remember that you said, we can do it peacefully, right?
Of course, I only believe in peaceful demonstration. I do not support violence.
In fact, what you said is, we can do it peacefully, we can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to, because we are the American people. That was another statement that you made in the same presentation, right?
That was in your CNN article, and I don't trust CNN as a source. They've lied about me multiple times.
Are you denying that under oath that you made that statement?
I'm not. I just don't recall. I'm not recalling saying specifically that. The demonstration was peaceful. History shows that.
What year was this again?
2019. It has nothing to
Okay.
do with January 6th.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
You're pushing the envelope.
I thought you already fallen off the cliff.
No comments. No comments, Mr.
Yeah, I'd appreciate Mr.
No
Brown
comment.
to keep his to himself in a moment. He can do that in the cameras outside when the time comes.
Gentlemen, and I'm serious. We need to get back to task.
Ms. Greene, did you or any member of your government or campaign staff communicate with Anthony Aguero about the events of January 6th, prior to January 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff, either congressional staff or campaign staff, communicate with somebody named Dustin Stockton prior to January 6th?
I don't think I know who that is.
Okay. How about Jennifer Lawrence? Not the actress, but a Jennifer Lawrence who's involved in conservative politics. Did you or any member of your congressional campaign staff communicate with Ms. Lawrence prior to January 6th about the demonstrations that were planned for that day?
I don't recall. I don't think I know who that is.
Did you or any member of your campaign or congressional staff, Ms. Greene, provide any support for any demonstrations that occurred on January 6, 2021?
I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff provide information, advice, funds, printed material, the promise of a public statement, to withhold a public statement, anything along those lines in connection with the demonstrations that were planned for January 6th?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
And if somebody were to come in here and say, oh yeah, she gave us support for our demonstrations, you'd say, I don't remember that. That didn't happen.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I think you're speculating. That's hypothetical.
Prior to January 6, 2021, you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol on January 6th and engage in violence, right?
I
No.
object that. I think that's the fifth time.
Look, no chance the question. No. Next.
Never heard that from anybody.
No.
And prior to January 6th, 2021, you were aware that people were going to make noise outside the Capitol as a means to disrupt the proceedings inside the Capitol. Is that fair?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. And prior to January 6, 2021, have you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol building illegally in order to disrupt the electoral count process?
No, absolutely not. I don't know anything about that.
Your Honor, it's, I think 12:45 is.
Well, let's talk about that. How much longer do you think you need, Mr.
Probably an hour.
All right, well, why don't we take I'm gonna change, let's take an hour, and let's be back here at 12:45, so that's 1:45, right? Did I do that right?
Could I respectfully ask to make it 45 minutes only?
Well, 45 minutes, you wanna make it 12:30? I mean, 1:30, I'm sorry, I'm challenged on the clock. 1:30, 45 minutes adequate for you, Mr. Bob? Is that okay with you, Congressman?
To continue.
Yeah, we got 45 minutes for lunch, is that okay?
Oh, sure.
Okay, all right, well, we'll reconvene in 45 minutes, which will be 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, do we need to clear the table or you are?
I believe it's secure, right? Right, Dominic, is this a courtroom? It should be secure. Yeah. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. Thank you.
What's that?
I think I'll come back after lunch.
Yeah.
Flight at 5. But I'll try to watch.
Hey, I'm Ben Meiselas. I'm Brett Meiselas. And I'm Jordy. And we are the hosts of the MeidasTouch podcast, the top-rated, top-watched political podcast for pro-democracy content. Each week, we do multiple episodes where we break down the political issues of the day here in the United States and abroad as we fight for democracy. Isn't that right, Brett?
That's right, Ben. We've had conversations with some incredible guests like White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, Beto O'Rourke, DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, Glenn Kirshner, Mary Trump, celebrities like Deborah Messing, Alyssa Milano, Michael Rappaport, and more.
So subscribe to the MeidasTouch podcast wherever you get your podcast. That's the MeidasTouch, MEIDASTOUCH podcast.
Jordy, anything to add?
Shout out to the Meidas Mighty!
I turn this off between sessions, but okay, so Ron Fine from Free Speech for People.
That's right.
Why don't you give us a update?
I'm Ron Fine. I'm the legal director of Free Speech for People. We're at a break partway through the trial to determine the eligibility of the candidacy of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene under the 14th Amendment Insurrectionist Disqualification Clause. We're in the middle of her cross-examination. That's going to resume after the break, and then we'll have some more things to show, and then there will be closing arguments. And the judge is unlikely to issue a final decision today. It's much more likely that there'll be a written decision that comes next week or even the week after.
I couldn't catch your name when you were.
Shelley, my last name.
I'll trade you.
Who are you with?
I work in the Intermission.
Come on. You're my client.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm good. Well done.
Yeah, we both do a bunch of cases with the.
Yeah, let's see if I can give you one soon. There's a bunch of weird stuff coming.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
There's a project, I don't know if you know this, but Intercept has a project.
Hey, I'll turn mics off till you guys go court.
Okay, yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
All right.
The whole thing.
Well,
108,
no.
the 108.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying because we got to have some fun.
Yeah. I mean,
We're getting our ass kicked.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
It'd be nice to. I had the day off anyway, so.
Oh, no, we've already been.
Over for
Being covered.
Everybody, please be seated. Representative? Mr. Shelley?
I'm sorry. Representative Greene, good afternoon. I want to go back and ask just a couple narrow questions, and then we'll move to another topic. The Twitter handle @MTGreene, that's your Twitter handle, right? Or it was before your account was suspended?
Before my account was permanently banned.
Got it. And during the period from January 3rd to January 6th, did you or anybody in your office, your congressional office, provide tours, either formally or informally, to people of the U.S. Capitol?
No, the only people that were with me was my husband and my children.
That would be on the 3rd, is that right?
They were, I don't recall the exact days. I believe they went back to Georgia on the 4th.
Okay. I'm trying to capture the period from January 3rd when you were sworn in until January 6th. At any time during that period, did anybody in your office provide tours to anybody from the U.S. Capitol?
No.
Okay. And during that period, did anybody on your campaign staff, or did you authorize the provision of funds, of money, to people who were planning a demonstration on January 6th?
I don't think so. I don't recall that at all.
If you wanted to know the answer to that question, who would you ask?
I would have to talk to people on my campaign, but I don't think we did any. How would we have done that? We didn't do anything like that.
During that same period of January 3rd to January 6th, did you or anybody on your campaign or congressional staff provide any information of any sort to anyone in connection with January 6th demonstrations?
I don't think so. I have no idea. I don't think so.
And did you have members of the public visit your congressional office between January 3rd and January 6th?
No.
And during that period from January 3rd to January 6th, did anyone from your congressional office or your campaign provide maps or the location of offices within the Capitol?
No. We got our keys to my office on January 3rd. I couldn't even find where the bathroom was most of the time.
You know why I'm asking these questions, don't you, Representative Greene?
I have no idea why you're asking these questions.
Representative Greene, you're familiar with the significance of the year 1776 in U.S. history, right?
Yes.
1776 is the year that the Declaration of Independence was signed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a statement by representatives of the 13 colonies that they were no longer subject to the authority of the British Crown, right?
They were declared, it was the Declaration of Independence from the British Crown.
Right. And in fact, you may recall this from your studies, the Declaration of Independence refers to King George as a tyrant, right?
I'm sure it may say that somewhere in the history books. I don't have the history books in front of me, and I don't know which one you're referring to, but.
Well, I'm referring to the Declaration of Independence. That's the one that says that King George was a tyrant, unfit to be a ruler of a free people.
Are you quoting the declaration?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you'll accept that from me, won't you?
If you're quoting it.
Okay. And you would agree that when a government acts tyrannically, then it's unfit to be the ruler of a free people.
We're typically against tyrannical governments here.
Right. And the people who wrote the Declaration of Independence, they were working with other people in the colonies to express their independence from Britain, right?
I wasn't alive back then, but there's the history. I'm not a history expert, but
Well,
as
you've heard of the
said.
American Revolution, haven't you?
Of course I have,
Okay.
yes.
And you know that the American Revolution was a violent rebellion against British rule in the colonies.
Yes.
And they were trying to overthrow the government in Britain that was ruling the colonies, right?
America was trying to start our own government.
Right. And to do that, they had to get rid of the British colonial officials who were here in America and throw them out.
Yes.
And they viewed the British officials here and the Crown in Britain as a tyrannical government, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an insurrection. Wouldn't you agree? The American Revolution was an insurrection against the government?
I don't believe it. I don't know where it said that.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you agree that the American Revolution was an insurrection against the British government.
I believe it was the American Revolution is part of our history where we separated from the Crown and started our own government here.
Right. And the separation was brought about by violence, right?
There was a Revolutionary War, yes.
Yeah. And the violence, the colonists were justified in using violence to get rid of the tyrannical government of Britain, their officials in America. Right?
Is that your opinion? I assume
I'm
so.
asking you.
It was a Revolutionary War. It was violent.
Okay. Now, you've actually talked publicly about the Declaration of Independence calling for the overthrow of tyrannical governments, right? That's something you've discussed publicly.
Are you referencing to something I've said somewhere?
Well, do you recall talking about that topic?
I've talked about the Declaration of Independence, but I don't know what occasion you're referring to.
Okay. Well, one of the occasions where you talked about the Declaration of Independence was in connection with January 6th, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to plaintiff's 15, please.
Which one is this? Which one is this one, Mr. Shell?
Plaintiff's 15?
P15.
P15, yes. Hang on one second. This one. Ms. Greene, I'm going to play the short clip and ask if that's you speaking on the video, okay?
What's the date on this? I can't read it from here.
October 26, 2021.
Sorry?
October 26, 2021.
October 26, 2021. Right. If you could play the clip, please.
A riot at the Capitol. And if you think about what our Declaration of Independence says, it says to overthrow tyrants.
That's your statement, right?
I don't believe it was finished, but that was me.
Okay.
I don't recall. I don't know what the rest of what I was saying because it was cut off.
But in that statement that we looked at, you were comparing the overthrow of the British Crown in America in 1776 to January 6th.
I don't know what my statement was because it was cut off.
Now, you talked about the need for people to have guns in order to secure their rights against the tyrannical government, right?
Yes, we have a Second Amendment for a good reason.
Right. And the good reason is, in case they need to overthrow their government, they can use their guns to do that.
We have well, you're twisting things around. Could you rephrase your question, please?
Well, I'm reacting to your answer. You said we have a Second Amendment, and that's a good thing. And I said that the reason, from your point of view, that there is a Second Amendment is so that people can overthrow their government by violent means with guns.
That's not the exact purpose. We defend ourselves. Say if you're being attacked, a gun is a tool to defend yourself.
Right. But one of the things it could be used for, strike that. Let's go to PX6. I'm going to play a video here and ask a couple questions about it. Well, first let me just ask you, do you recall giving an interview as reflected on PX6 in October of 2020, just about a week before the election, at something called the Relic Hunter firearms shop?
I vaguely remember.
Okay, and that's you on the left, and the gentleman on the right is the owner of the shop. Am I right about that?
No.
Okay, who's that, just so I know?
Mr. Dorr.
Who's Mr. Dorr?
He's a gun rights activist and just someone I know.
Got it. And it's backwards because of the video, but Mr. Dorr's t-shirt says, let's say, I am 1,776% sure that no one is taking my guns. Do you agree that that's what it says?
Yes.
Okay. So let's play the video.
I object to playing this. I have, watch this. Right in the middle, there was a section cut off.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
Well, let's see.
So it has been edited, and who's the source of this?
The source of this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's earned with the price of blood. That's what we're going to be talking about.
No, who's the source of the video?
Where did we get this from?
From YouTube. It was on YouTube.
YouTube.
YouTube. YouTube. Okay. Well, I know you'll need to see it. But,
We'll see it,
okay.
and if you can make it, obviously it's difficult to cross-examine a video, but it's certainly possible to say what's defective.
I'm going to ask a lot of questions about it, Judge, and she can tell us if it's...
Yeah, you can, as best you can, Go ahead.
But
Let me stop you. We're not watching the whole thing. We're picking up in the middle of it. Is that correct?
It's a minute and 9 seconds, Your Honor.
No. What I'm asking is, oh, I see. It's his shirt. It looked like we were halfway into the video. That's why I was.
No,
I was
the
confused.
red
We
part.
started at the beginning.
Yeah.
We played the whole thing.
Can we go back, Ms. Wells, to just to the very beginning?
Yeah, let's start it over again, please.
But here's the deal. If this generation doesn't stand up and defend freedom, it's gone. And once it's gone, freedom doesn't come back by itself. The only way you get your freedoms back is it's earned with the price of blood. We can't be too busy or too complacent or too worried about offending someone anymore. There's no more excuses. This is it. November 3rd, freedom is on the ballot. You have a choice of either voting for freedom by voting for Donald J. Trump for president again for 4 more years, voting Republican straight down your ballot, or you're going to vote for socialism and vote to completely end America as we know it. And this is no joke. They do not want you to be able to defend yourself, because if you can defend yourself, guess what? Then you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, then you can't, not only can you never stop a tyrannical government, you can never even defend yourself if someone is breaking in your home. And that's the reality. We where we are today in 2020.
Oh, okay, Mother Jones. It started off with a cut sentence when she said, but.
It's clearly edited.
Okay, so whatever she said before is wiped out. And then you saw 3 times when it was cut.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And Mother Jones, I'm sorry, I am not going to rely upon them to give an accurate depiction of the tape.
She can, we can proceed with questioning, and the witness can respond. I mean, it is the witness, it is statements she made, and she can respond. So, go ahead.
Well, let's establish that. Representative Greene, this is a statement that you made in an interview with Mr. Dorr in October of 2020, right?
That is a very partial cut off and pasted statement. That is me speaking, but my sentences are cut off. My full message is not there.
Okay. And in that statement, what you say is if you can defend yourself, you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, you can never stop a tyrannical government, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in fact, what was done in 1776 was to stop a tyrannical government with guns. Fair?
Sure, yeah.
And that was to use violence against a tyrannical government. Get that clear.
No, they were trying to get rid of a tyrannical government. There was a lot of, there was a big process. There was a big buildup there before the Revolutionary War. The whole purpose was not to use guns for violence.
What did you mean?
Is the narrative that you're trying to push here.
What did you mean when you said that once you lose your freedom, it has to be earned with the price of blood?
Well, I've always said I'm against violence, and I've always said I never want to see a war in this country. Never. I've said that over and over again in many speeches, and the reason why I say that is because I don't want to see war here on American soil. I have 3 children that are young adults, and I never want to see my children fighting a war, earning back our freedoms. And I've said that. That's what I'm talking about.
It wasn't actually.
Earned with the price of blood is a reference to violence, isn't it?
The price of blood is the unfortunate and tragic cost of war. And that's what happened in the Revolutionary War. And that's what I'm talking about.
And you know that the term 1776 is actually a term that's sometimes used in politics today.
I don't know if you've noticed our state seal here in Georgia. I know you're not from Georgia, but as you can see, we enjoy our history and we're proud of our freedoms. 1776 is on our state seal.
Great. And it's also a term that's used in political discourse in America today.
I don't use it as a term of violence.
But you use it as a term, right?
I have used it as a term, but I do not use it as a term of violence, as you're trying to push.
We're not up to that yet. You'll have your chance to answer the question you want to answer, but you have to start by answering my question, okay? You acknowledge that 1776 is a term that's used in political discourse today, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the examples of 1776 being used in political discourse today is the T-shirt that Mr. Dorr was wearing in the interview that we just saw, right?
We saw 1776 backwards on his T-shirt on that cut-up video.
Right.
Yes.
And you understood that T-shirt to mean that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't recall I don't remember seeing his T-shirt that day when I saw him. The only time I'm paying attention to it is now because you're drawing the reference.
Okay, but as you sit here today, you understand that what that T-shirt is conveying as a political message is that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't necessarily understand what you're trying to say.
I'm just asking whether you have that understanding or not.
I think you're more trying to push a narrative and push words in my mouth, and I don't agree with what you're saying, necessarily.
as you sit here today, Representative Greene, you know that term 1776 has been used in connection with events of January 6, 2001.
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, you yourself have used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6, 2021.
I don't recall, but if you say.
Let's go to PX 27, please, Ms. Wells. By the way, this video, Your Honor, has been admitted into evidence.
Right.
Ms. Wells, can you play that?
No, it wasn't actually planned, but President Trump knows how much I support him. He knows how much I support our district, Georgia's 14th district. And so I was happy to go up there and encourage our voters to get out and vote. We can't allow our two Republican senators lose their seats to two radical socialist Democrats. So I was excited to get up there and also cheer on Senator Kelly Loeffler for announcing last night that she'll be objecting to this fraudulent stolen election tomorrow on January 6th. And I'm very excited that both of us women representing Georgians will be fighting for President Trump and fighting for the integrity of our elections tomorrow.
What is your plan tomorrow? How do you plan to handle what could possibly go down in this joint session of Congress tomorrow? What are you prepared for?
Well, you know, I'll echo the words of many of my colleagues as we were just meeting together in our GOP conference meeting this morning. This is our 1776 moment.
That's your statement on January 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't know the date. Again, I don't recall, but now that I've seen it, what was the date of the video?
January 5th, 2021, but you don't have to take my word for it. We can play it back and you'll see that you're talking about that tomorrow is the 6th.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And this is 2 days after you took the oath of office to be a representative from the 14th Congressional District, right?
Yes.
And you used the term 1776 to describe, in response to a question from the Newsmax broadcaster, right?
I was speaking about objecting.
Well, he asked you, what is your plan? What are you prepared to have go down tomorrow on January 6th? And your response was, tomorrow is our 1776 moment, right?
It's talking about the courage to object.
And you said you were echoing the words of your Republican colleagues. Was the term 1776 used by your Republican colleagues?
I don't recall. That was the video, but I don't recall.
In fact, Representative Boebert has used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6th, hasn't she?
I don't recall. I have no idea.
Let's go to PX 9E, please.
PX 9E. 9E, thank you.
Do you recall seeing a tweet from Representative Boebert from Colorado at 8:30 in the morning on January 6, 2001? Today is 1776.
I don't remember seeing this. I see it now,
Okay.
if that's her tweet.
Do you have any doubt that Representative Boebert used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6th?
I don't know.
Let's go back to PX 27, please. So that was an interview that you gave to Newsmax, right?
That's what it said on the screen, Newsmax.
Okay. Well, you're not denying that, right?
No, I just saying I don't even remember the interview until we've seen it.
Okay. And that interview was posted that day on your Facebook page.
I don't remember.
We have that. Sam?
No, it's on the video.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Now, when you said this is our 1776 moment, you knew that some of the people who felt that Donald Trump was the rightful winner of the 2020 election used that term to refer to the possibility of violence on January 6th, 2020.
No, I never heard anyone talking about violence for January 6th.
You've never heard
Absolutely
anyone,
not.
you've never heard about anyone using the term 1776 to refer to the possibility of...
never
Let me finish
use-
my question, Representative.
Okay, excuse me, sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
and
I
please don't cut me
apologize.
off.
Yes.
You've never heard anybody use the term 1776 as a code word for violence to occur on January 6, 2021.
No, absolutely not.
Are you familiar with the group called the Proud Boys?
I've heard of them.
And you know that the Proud Boys, it has developed, had a written plan for conduct on January 6, 2021, right?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. The Proud Boys are an extremist, violent group. You would agree with that?
I don't know much about the Proud Boys.
You've never heard that they're a violent extremist group?
I've heard about them. I don't know what they do. I don't know much about the Proud Boys.
And you haven't heard that the written plan attributed to the Proud Boys for January 6th was called 1776 Returns.
No, I have no idea anything about that.
Never heard that. Okay. Let's pull up PX 39. This is an article that appeared in the New York Times on March 14, 2020, entitled "Document in Jan 6 Case Shows Plan to Storm Government Buildings." Do you see this document?
I've never seen it, no.
Let me get you a copy so you can have a look. Oh, do you need the number? It's 39. I don't know what to do about that. I need that 100%. Ms. Greene, did you see a story in the New York Times or in any other publication or media outlet in March of 2022 about Proud Boys having a written plan to storm government buildings on January 6th?
No, I've never, I don't recall, never heard anything about it.
Never heard of that. Never heard that that was called 1776 Returns, that plan that the government alleges Proud Boys had to storm government buildings.
No, I've never heard of it.
You were aware prior to January 6th that 1776 referred to an idea or a plan for people who were opposed to the certification of the Electoral College vote to infiltrate and occupy buildings in D.C.
No.
Never heard that?
No.
And you were aware prior to January 6, 2021, that 1776 was a term that people were using to describe a plan or an idea to physically interfere and prevent the Electoral College vote.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. You can put that to one side. We talked a little bit about a person named Allie Alexander this morning. Do you remember that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And you said somebody you've met on a number of occasions. Is that fair?
I've seen him a couple times. I don't remember when, and it's not someone I know.
Let's pull up 67, please. PS 67 response. Right. Let's just start. I'm going to ask you to have a look at just the first 10 seconds of the video. It's just a person not even speaking, and tell me if you can identify that person, okay? You know that person?
That's Ollie Alexander.
Thank you. Let's go to minute 11:20. This is a rather long clip, and I'm going to take you to the middle of it, around 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
For anything, go ahead. Members of Congress are on a committee. Congressman Steve King was the only one who was yanked off of all committees, so that's not true. So avoid the disinformation, avoid the division. We are here to continue pressing forward. Yeah, Congresswoman Marjorie Greene, my favorite, she's coming in, a friend of mine, she's coming in, she'll be whatever. Someone's trying to tell me.
You can stop it there. You see that Mr. Alexander describes you as his favorite, right? You heard him say that.
That's what he said. I just saw it.
Okay. Do you have any explanation for why you would feel that way?
Maybe he likes the work I do. I don't know. I don't really know him that well. I've only met him a couple of times.
He describes himself as a friend of his, right? That's what he said on the video.
Those were his words.
Right, that's what he said on the video. Is he lying when he describes himself as a friend of yours?
I wouldn't call him a friend. I do not know him. I've only met him a couple of times.
Okay. So if he says he was a friend of yours, he would be lying.
Sometimes people say things on videos for their followers or to maybe, I don't know. That's what he said. I don't know him. I've only met him a couple of times.
In fact, Mr. Alexander was very active on Twitter in the post-election 2020 period up until January 6th. Isn't that right?
I don't know. I don't follow his account.
Okay. Let's go to well, I think we've established that during that post-election period from November when you were elected until January 6th, one of the things you were doing was organizing people in Congress to file objections to the Electoral College count, right?
Yes, working very hard on objecting.
Okay. Let's go to PX3, please. As well as if you could scroll it up so that we can see the bottom half first. Yeah. Further down, please. Well, I'll get you a paper copy. Thank you. Ms. Greene, I want to focus your attention on the box in the middle of the page. It says Marjorie Taylor GRE ... 12/30/20. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's a Twitter comment that you made on December 30th, 2020, right?
I don't recall making that tweet, but that's what this piece of paper says.
Okay. Do you have any doubt that a tweet from your account was issued on December 30th, 2020, that said, quote, "Word on the Hill is that Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi could be working together on a rules change deal to block our Electoral College certification objection"?
I don't recall this tweet.
My question is a little bit different. Do you have any doubt that this is a tweet from your account?
I don't know.
Do you recall in late December of 2020 hearing a rumor on Capitol Hill about a deal between Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi to create a rules change so as to block the objections to the Electoral College count?
I can't really remember. It's been 16 months or so ago.
That would be pretty important, wouldn't it? If they changed the rules so that you couldn't object to the Electoral College count, right?
It would have been that there was no rule change. We were still able to object, or at least we tried anyways.
But by this point in December of 2020, your focus was on objecting to the Electoral College count in Congress, right?
Yes, finding evidence of voter fraud and planning to object, yes.
And if there had been rumors of a rule change, that would be something that would be important for you to tweet out and talk about publicly.
It possibly would have been. I just don't remember this tweet. I don't remember it.
You know that Ali Alexander has responded to tweets that you sent out over the years, right?
I don't know. I don't always, I have no idea who retweets and who responds. That's not something that I spend much time at all looking at.
You spend some time looking at it, though, don't you, Representative Greene? Who responds to your tweets?
Occasionally, I have some time and I look at who responds, but I do not know what he has responded, what he has tweeted or retweeted.
Okay. And the reason that you look at responses to your tweets is you want to see how what you've said is being taken on board by other people. Is that fair?
Actually, I don't really look at comments on Twitter because they're filled with a lot of bots and a lot of hateful people, and I don't like to read things like that, so I don't read many comments, hardly ever.
Well, you read Mr. Alexander's response to your December 30th tweet that's shown in Exhibit 3, right? And just to read it out loud, what he writes is, "If they do this, everyone can guess what me and 500,000 others will do to that building. 1776 is always an option." You read that, didn't you?
If this is his Twitter, I see it on the screen. I have no idea. Those are his words, I guess. I have no idea.
Well, as you sit here today, you understand that what Mr. Alexander was referring to was not legal objections on the floor of the Congress, right?
No, I don't know what he's referring to.
And you knew back then that what Mr. Alexander was responding to your tweet was to say, if they make a rules change and Congresswoman Taylor Greene can't object, we're going to go into the Capitol and do violence.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this.
And that term 1776 is the way Mr. Alexander was conveying that to his listeners or his readers.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this. I've never seen it before.
Between January 3rd and January 6th, 2021, Ms. Greene, you viewed the Electoral College certification of Joe Biden as a blow to freedom. Is that fair?
I viewed it as we needed to object because there was so much evidence and so many people had signed their name. Thousands of people had signed their name on affidavits saying they witnessed voter fraud. And that meant something to me because I care about the people and I care about their votes and I care about our election integrity.
My question is whether you viewed it as a blow to freedom if the Electoral College certification of Joe Biden were completed.
I don't agree with your wording.
Okay. Because once freedom is gone, it doesn't come back by itself, right?
I don't agree with your wording.
The only way you can get freedom back is when it's earned with the price of blood. Those are your words, right?
You're twisting my words and creating a narrative that you're trying to make. That's not my narrative. That's not what I said.
Well,
That's
on
not what
October
I meant
27th, 2020, that's what you said and that's what you meant, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. On October 27th, 2020, when you did the interview with Mr. Dorr, when you said the only way to get freedoms back is when it's earned with blood, that's what you meant, right?
Well, you showed a video that's chopped up that doesn't show even my full sentences. So no, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Do you have any explanation, Representative Greene, for why it is that on January 5th, the day before January 6th, you described January 6th as our 1776 moment?
I don't remember. Seeing this interview is the first time I've seen it in a long time. I don't remember.
Now, prior to January 6, 2021, you spoke publicly on your Facebook page about the transfer of power that would occur on January 6th. You recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said on a video on your Facebook page that the peaceful transfer of power ought not be allowed to occur.
I don't recall.
You said that the peaceful transfer of power cannot be allowed to occur because Joe Biden didn't win the 2020 election, right?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the videotape. Can we start with, it's probably best if I explain this. There are two versions of this, and I'm going to ask about both of them. You can tell me if you think they've been chopped up in any way. They have been chopped up, that's true. But you'll tell me whether you were misinterpreted, okay? The first one is PX 66. Yes, can you play that one?
Okay, just a second. What's the date and the source of the video?
The source is, it was something, Ms. Greene's Facebook page is not available. This is something that was captured by someone else and posted on another Facebook page.
Where it says it's from her Facebook page?
Yes, I believe it does. 66 has been admitted, Your Honor, into evidence.
And
Yeah, it's been admitted for what it's worth, so go ahead.
Yeah, and what is the date?
We're going to ask you to respond to that as well.
Okay, you don't know.
And this is an important time in our history. We can't allow this just to be gone, just to let it go. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president, because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there.
So that's you, right, Ms. Greene?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. And when you say we can't allow it, we can't just let it go, the it in that phrase is to have Joe Biden declared the winner of the 2020 presidential election.
you are showing a video where it doesn't give us any reference beforehand and it doesn't give us any reference afterwards. So it's not really my complete, it's hard to get an understanding of what I was saying.
Okay, so your answer is you don't know what you're referring to.
I don't. We're watching a partial video and a partial statement of clearly an interview I was doing. I don't know what date it was on, and it's definitely off someone else's Twitter or Facebook. I can't see it from here.
Well, that's you saying you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. That's you saying that, right?
That's the partial statement on that video.
Okay, can we pull up?
Do we see the whole thing?
We can run the rest of it.
Let's see the whole thing.
Sure, and there's another one on top of it, so we'll watch two.
Well, you said they're different. I want to be sure that she has an opportunity to see what the difference is.
Can I make a suggestion on it? Let's go back to the beginning of this one, and then
Yeah.
we'll play it all the way through.
That would be good. I agree. Let's do that.
And this is an important time in our history. We can't allow this just to be gone, just to let it go. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. The mainstream media for 4 years talked about Russian collusion, conspiracy theories, and lies, and demanded investigations non-stop into Russian collusion. Non-stop. But yet they refused to, and this is an important time in our history.
Is that where it ended? It just sort of cut off there. Okay, let's show the witness PX 12. Let me hold off on that for 1 second. This video that we just saw, which we marked as plaintiff 66, that's a video that you made in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College count in favor of Joe Biden, right?
I don't know. I don't see a date. It's not from my specific Facebook page. It appears to be on someone else's.
Let's see the other video, number 12.
Where is this one from?
This is also, it's the same thing. It was taken, I believe, off of the video, off the Facebook page of the client, of the congresswoman, but let's ask it.
But where'd y'all get it?
Where do we get this at?
It's off the Facebook, off of the Republican Accountability Project.
Okay, so this is a secondary source that was
Yes.
copied, but that's where you got it from.
Yes.
So this is a different version.
Correct.
Okay. You want to go ahead and play it?
Hold on 1 second. And this one is also admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
For what it's worth.
For what it's worth.
America reelected Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. There's a large group of us. We're organizing an effort to object to the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden in key states where there's real evidence that this election has been stolen. I am very convicted in what we're going to be doing on January 6th, and it's historic, and I feel it's very, very important. On January 6th, if you're able, there are going to be possibly 1 million or more people coming to Washington to be there for this historic event. It's critical for everyone to show up and show the nation who we are. We aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night. We are not a people that are going to be thrust into socialism without stopping it.
Now that you've seen that clip, Representative Greene, do you agree that this is a video that you created in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College vote on January 6th?
this video on the Democrat leftist PAC Republican accountability group that looks to be chopped up and spliced, that video, that's not my full video.
Listen to my question.
Yes.
The words that are shown, that you're speaking on the screen, those are things that you were talking about in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College count vote on the floor of Congress, right?
The only thing I was working on was objecting, but again, that's a cut and spliced video.
And when you said we're organizing an effort to object to the college, Electoral College votes on the video, the we were members of Congress, right?
Well, members of Congress are the only ones that can object. That's part of our ability. That's what we're allowed to do lawfully.
Right. And, exactly. And making objections is, in fact, by members of Congress, is part of the lawful transfer of power, right?
Objecting is part of the electoral count process. Democrats did it with the past 3 Republican presidents that were elected. They objected, and I'm sure there was a lot of planning that went into that and discussion. We put a lot of planning, a lot of work into it, and as you can see, we talked about it.
So when you were talking about we can't allow it to happen, you can't just let it go, you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he didn't win. You weren't talking about objections on the floor of Congress, were you?
What I believe what I was referencing is we can't allow the electoral count to happen without objecting. That I felt it was our dutiful responsibility to object on behalf of the large amount of voter fraud and the people who truly felt like that there was big problems in our elections.
And you're testifying under oath that that's what you meant when you said you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president. That was a reference to
Without objecting. Without objecting.
Of course, you don't say anything in that part of the video about objections on the floor of the Congress, right? Would you like to see it again?
I believe the video, I said objecting.
But in the sentence where you said you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he didn't win the election, you don't say anything in that sentence about objections on the floor of the Congress.
Sir, we just saw 2 videos that are cut and clipped, and my sentences aren't even completed. I think the first video started with me saying "and," meaning it was starting into partially something I was already saying. What I was, from the video and my recollection from watching him just then, it was purely talking about objecting.
One of the things that you say in these videos is that you call upon people to come to Washington on January 6th, right?
I don't remember every single word that we just watched.
Let's look at it again. I think P12 is the one that includes that.
America reelected Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. There's a large group of us. We're organizing an effort to object to the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden in key states where there's real evidence that this election has been stolen. I am very convicted in what we're going to be doing on January 6th, and it's historic, and I feel it's very, very important. On January 6th, if you're able, there are going to be possibly 1 million or more people coming to Washington to be there for this historic event. It's critical for everyone to show up and show.
So in that segment, Representative Greene, you're asking people to come to Washington on January 6th.
In this video, which I saw jump 3 times, which means it's been cut and spliced, yes, I did talk about people coming there to support our objection peacefully, support our objection, support President Trump.
how did you know that there might be 1 million or more people coming to Washington on January 6th? Did you just make that up, or somebody tell you that?
I believe those were the numbers being talked about at the time.
By who?
The media, just
People
different
who were planning the
sources.
demonstrations?
I have no idea. I think I saw that on the news.
And what you said is it's critical for everyone to show up, right? That's what we saw.
Supporting, peacefully supporting our objection. That's the only thing I was interested in doing and planning is objecting.
Now, the last thing you say in the video is, we aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
Now, that phrase, we aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night, that's not something that you came up with on your own, is it?
I have no idea what you mean.
Well, that's something that you borrowed from a movie script, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You borrowed that line from the movie Independence Day, right?
No.
Let's go to the videotape as well.
I guess that's fair.
Oh, the timestamp is 108 to 144. Hold on one second. You've seen the movie Independence Day, right?
I've seen it before.
It's a great movie.
I think it's probably a great movie. I haven't watched movies in a long time, but from what I remember, it's a great movie.
This is the one about the aliens who come to the world, and then there's a big battle on July 4th to ward them off, right?
You are giving us quite the entertainment today. Thank you.
Okay. And there's a scene in that movie where the president, the guy who's playing the president of the United States, addresses the fighter pilots who are about to go into battle against the aliens. You remember that scene?
I do not remember, no, but
Well,
I'm
we're
sure you're going to show
have a look at
us.
it. Yeah.
Can we see the whole thing?
Yeah, can we watch the whole movie?
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Great scene, right?
Yeah, that was a great scene.
And the phrase that the actor uses there is, we will not go quietly into the night. You heard that.
Heard it just now, yes.
And that's the exact phrase that you use in the video that we saw that was the previous exhibit. We aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night.
I don't view courtrooms and politics as Hollywood like you do. That is not the first person I'm sure that said that and won't be the last. And I don't recall getting any inspiration from this Hollywood movie like you're suggesting.
So you were not communicating in referencing that film that January 6th was going to be a new kind of Independence Day.
All I was talking about is objecting and standing up for people's votes in our election.
By the way, Independence Day is July 4th, right?
Yes,
It's July 4th of 1776, right?
that's right.
Your Honor, this might be a good time to break if we're on schedule.
Well,
I've got a pretty short piece left, but it's up to you.
I don't need a break.
let's keep going. Again, I mean, if we're talking, 30 minutes, we're talking 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's 2 hours. Ms. Greene, did you advocate to President Trump to impose martial law as a way to remain in power?
I don't recall.
So you're not denying you did it, you just don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you agree that the storming of the Capitol on January 6th is something that is despicable?
Yes. Very unhappy about it.
Now, we talked earlier about a fellow named Anthony Aguero, right?
You brought up Anthony Aguero earlier,
Right.
yes.
And he's somebody who you know, yes?
Yes.
He's somebody who you've spent a fair amount of time with, is that fair?
Not much time, no.
He's a friend of yours,
Someone that I do know, yes.
and you consider him a friend.
Someone I hardly ever talk to, but someone I have known for a few years.
And he is a friend of yours, right?
A distant friend, someone I know.
He refers to you as one of his closest friends. You've heard that, right?
I have not.
Okay. And you referred to him as amazing, right?
He does a lot of great work down at the border showing the illegal invasion constantly happening in our southern border. I think that's amazing, the footage that he shows and exposes.
Okay. And you know that Mr. Aguero entered the Capitol the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2001, right?
I had heard that sometime after January 6th.
And you've seen a picture of him in the middle of the crowd in the Capitol Rotunda on January 6, 2001.
No, I have not seen that picture.
Let's have a look at PX 13B, please. Make that a little bit bigger. Representative Greene, is that man in the red circle on the left of our Exhibit 13B, is that Mr. Aguero?
I don't know, I can't really tell.
If I told you that it was reported that that was Mr. Aguero and that he acknowledged that publicly, would that help you discern that that's who that is?
I don't really buy a whole lot of what you say. You've been using CNN and Mother Jones and other terrible sources as your sources and showing Hollywood movies. So, but that's what you're trying to say now, but I don't know if that's him or not.
I'm just asking whether if I suggested to you that he's acknowledged publicly that that's him in the Capitol Rotunda, would that help you identify him as your friend, Mr. Aguero?
I don't see your evidence of him acknowledging that that's him.
Okay. I think we can probably do something with that. Can I see 13, please? I have it here. Yeah, I don't have 13. If I showed you something from CNN, you probably wouldn't accept it as authentic, would you? I think we've established that today. We'll move on. Have you spoken to Mr. Aguero since January 6th?
I don't recall speaking to him, no.
Or communicate with him in any way, text, email?
I don't recall, no.
And did you communicate with Mr. Aguero at any point prior to January 6th about the plans for a demonstration in Washington on January 6th?
No, I didn't. Now, did he have press credentials? I mean, there was a lot of press in there, and that's the job that he does with a border media company that he works with. So I have no idea about what, I have no clue about it.
Okay. Were you aware that he was going to be, in his capacity, I guess, as a member of the press, present on January 6th in Washington for the demonstrations that were planned?
No, I was not aware.
Did he communicate with any member of your staff in any way, by text or email, cell phone, about the fact that you'd be coming to Washington on the
Not
6th?
to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Aguero the idea that on January 6th, as part of the demonstration, the U.S. Capitol was going to be flooded by people?
No, because the only thing I was working on objecting and had no expectation of anything that happened on January 6th.
Well, you knew there were going to be demonstrations, right?
I knew there was a peaceful march planned.
On January 6th itself, were you in contact with anyone who was involved in what you described as the peaceful march that occurred that day?
No.
Was anybody from your staff, congressional staff, or your campaign staff in touch by cell phone, text, email with anybody who was involved in the day's demonstrations?
Not of my knowledge.
At any time on January 6th, did you disclose to anyone outside the Capitol your location in the Capitol during that day's events?
I texted my family and told them I was safe.
Anybody other than family?
No.
When on January 6th did you first learn that people were entering the United States Capitol unlawfully that day?
When we were in the House chamber, we were starting the electoral count, and we went on lockdown, and that's when I first learned of it. I was shocked.
And do you know what time of day that was?
I don't know the exact time.
And when you went on lockdown, as you described it, why don't you tell us what that meant, what you mean by that?
They had to lock all the doors in the House chamber, and they told us that it was on lockdown and that we could choose to leave or stay inside, and it would be safer inside. And so I stayed inside.
And when you say you stayed inside, where did you stay?
Inside the House chamber.
And during that time that you were on the in lockdown, as you put it, on the House floor, you said you were in touch with your family to tell them you were safe?
Not at that time, no.
When did that happen in the day?
Sometime later after we were evacuated.
And where were you evacuated to?
I can't disclose that location.
Somewhere in the Capitol?
Mm-hmm.
And when you were in that other location in the Capitol, I presume that would be a secure location, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have any communication, either by phone, by text, some other way, with anybody who was outside the room, outside the secure location you were in, other than your family?
Not that I recall, no.
And when you were notified that people had entered the Capitol illegally, did you also understand at that point that there had been violence at the Capitol?
I only knew what I was told. I'd heard a gunshot. We all heard it. And we were so confused. We thought Antifa was breaking in, or BLM, because of those were the riots that had gone on and on all throughout 2020, day in and day out. Just horrible riots all over the country, and that was the only thing that made sense to most of us.
What do you mean by BLM?
BLM rioters.
Is that an acronym for something?
Black Lives Matter rioters that were attending the Black Lives Matter protest.
To your knowledge, has anybody connected with the Black Lives Matter movement or the Antifa movement, as you say, been subject to arrest or charged in connection with the January 6th events?
I don't know, actually. I know they were arrested all over the country much through 2020, and over 95% of them had their charges dropped, unlike January 6 rioters that are still in jail, some of them, pre-trial.
Could I have a few moments to consult, and then I think I may be done.
Sure, we don't need a break, do we?
5 minutes would be
You want a
great.
5-minute break? Well, if y'all want to step out, that might be easy.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I think it's a room next to the. It's fair if somebody having to go to come. Step out, stretch your legs, breathe in. I'll get through today. What's that?
These seats are really comfortable. Everything you're saying. Hughes reminds me of Hughes. They came from Baptist Church. I can tell. My family's name is probably on They really wanted to save money. I put this together. Well, it is actually. It does. I've had experience in Christians. Sometimes a little.
And all of the deception of the media, I think somebody's got this on camera.
I don't know if that happened before the last question. I think he said that.
I don't want to.
So just double. Quick money. Short.
Go back to
Cameraman never gets his picture taken.
No, I don't necessarily want my picture taken. But
this is a Baptist pew.
Are you paying a penance? Premise.
Good that I haven't said
You might want to upload that.
Intentionally. Intentionally.
it's a great game.
Okay, okay.
But it does get you outside.
So do we have it as an exhibit, or it's, we're going to show it on the internet?
Yeah, we're going to show it on the internet, but it is exhibit.
All right, can we approach for a moment?
Sir. Bob. Yeah, this is hot. We need to go somewhere. Read the same video, the one that we've seen in two different versions. Go ahead, Judge. Okay.
Where she says, this is our
Oh, Newsmax, yeah, the interview. Theoretically, you could have It's the same. Why do we need to listen to it?
Because it shows it's posted on Facebook.
I got her card. But with me, so it's tough.
It's like gas prices, I think, because it's Russia. Russia did this, but mean tweet.
But you can show that, but we don't need one.
He literally got us in the word
No, well, sorry, it's back to you, because I'm just not holding. What we're going to do, what did I set up?
I'm going to return to the subject.
Yes.
Ask her if you recall.
And then you die.
I'll do it. Okay, I got you. I need to get my Sorry? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Representative Greene, Your Honor. In the previous discussion, I had asked about what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 27, which is the Newsmax clip, you recall, that we showed you. You remember that, right?
The one we've already watched?
The one we've already watched. And I asked you whether you recall that you posted that Newsmax clip on your Facebook page.
I don't recall what was posted on my Facebook page.
Fair
I don't
enough.
make all of my Facebook posts.
Fair enough. Let's
Explain what this is.
Yeah, I'd like to show you this. This is a live version of your congressional campaign Facebook page as it sits there today. And what we have is the clip that we had separated in the previous testimony. And I'd like to play that for you, just to see if you will acknowledge that that clip is now available on your Facebook page.
No, it wasn't actually planned, but President Trump knows how much I support him. He knows how much I support our district, Georgia's 14th district, and so I was happy to go up there and encourage our voters to get out and vote. We can't allow our two Republican senators lose their seats to two radical socialist Democrats. So I was excited to get up there and also cheer on Senator Kelly Loeffler for announcing last night that she'll be objecting to this fraudulent stolen election tomorrow on January 6th. And I'm very excited that both of us women representing Georgians will be fighting for President Trump and fighting for the integrity of our elections tomorrow.
What is your plan tomorrow? How do you plan to handle what could possibly go down in this joint session of Congress tomorrow? What are you prepared for?
Well, you know, I'll echo the words of many of my colleagues as we were just meeting together in our GOP conference meeting this morning. This is our 1776 moment.
Ms. Greene, that's up on your Facebook page today, right?
If that's there, then yes, it's on there.
Right. And that's been posted since January 5th, 2021, correct?
I didn't post it, but if that's when it was posted, then that's when it was posted.
And things that are posted on your Facebook page are posted with your authorization and permission, right?
I do not view things that are posted before they're posted.
That wasn't my question. My question was, if it was posted on your page, that's something that you authorized and permitted, whether you viewed it in advance or not.
I think if I'm authorizing, I would view it in advance before it's posted.
Well, no one put that up on your Facebook page without authorization from you in some sense, right?
I don't recall authorizing, but you have to understand, as a member of Congress, we have staff and many people that post interviews and so forth on our social media for us.
If we could make it a little bit larger, if you look in the top right, you'll see there's a message, Ms. Greene. We can make that larger. January 5th, 2021. That's a comment that you posted on your own Facebook page. This is our 1776 moment, right?
That is my campaign Facebook page.
Right. And that was posted up, as it says, on January 5th, 2021, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. I'll ask about a couple of other things. Prior to the inauguration in 2021, did you advocate for martial law with the President of the United States?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
You know President Trump, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's supported you politically, right?
Yes.
And obviously a very important person in general, right?
Yes.
And
45th President of the United States.
And you've had a number of meetings with him, right?
Yes.
And you had meetings with him between the election in 2020 and January 20th of 2021, right?
Yes.
And in those meetings, you discussed with him your advocacy for the idea that there should be martial law declared in the United States.
No, I don't recall ever discussing it.
Are you saying it didn't happen, or you're saying you don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall ever discussing it.
Okay. Did you discuss that topic, the idea that there should be martial law declared in the United States prior to the inauguration of President Biden?
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I actually represent the President of the United States, and that's covered by executive privilege. She can't get into this conversation.
Executive privilege. She's not a member of the executive, and this counsel is here on her behalf, not on Mr. Trump's behalf, unless there's something I missed. It's not a proper objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I got flustered. What was the question again?
The question was, whether, prior to the inauguration of Joe Biden, Ms. Greene, whether you ever advocated for martial law to be imposed in a conversation with the Chief of Staff of the then President of the United States, Mr. Trump.
You can answer the question.
I don't recall.
Did you ever advocate for martial law prior to the inauguration of Mr. Biden with any member of the White House staff that was part of the Trump administration?
I don't recall.
Are you aware of any other elected congressional representatives advocating for martial law to stop the peaceful transfer of power before the inauguration of Mr. Biden?
I don't remember.
Do you regard the people who were arrested and charged in connection with the January 6th events as patriots?
I don't think them being arrested and charged on January 6th affects the fact that they're patriots or not.
All right, so you do regard them as patriots.
Yeah, some of them are veterans, yes, some of them definitely are patriots.
Okay. Can we have PX60 and PX40? Sorry?
Which one's this? PX.
Yes, this is plaintiff 60. Ms. Greene, I've placed in front of you what we've marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 60, which is a story that appeared in the Washington Post on January 5th, 2021. Did you read that story in the Washington Post?
I don't think I've read this one.
You recall hearing that prior to January 6th, did you recall hearing that the Washington Post was reporting that there were concerns that there were going to be violence, and there was going to be violence in Washington on January 6th?
I had not heard that. I heard no threats of violence that I remember at all for January 6th.
Can we also look at PX40?
NBC News.
ABC or NBC? NBC. Thanks. Ms. Greene, I placed before you a January 5th, 2021 article entitled "Violent Threats Ripple Through Far-Right Internet Forums Ahead of Protest." This is an article that appeared in NBC News on the 5th. Do you recall reading that NBC was reporting that there were violent threats that were expected to occur on January 6th, and that they reported that on the 5th of January?
Sir, we were really busy just preparing to object on the 6th. I don't recall that news report.
Have you read this news report before?
Not until you placed it in my hand.
Okay, probably didn't have much time to read it.
No.
Let me consult for 1 minute.
Oh, yeah.
One last thing, Ms. Greene. You told us early in the day that you were suspended from your Twitter account, or permanently taken off Twitter. Is that right?
Permanently banned.
Banned. You're not banned from Facebook, though, right?
No.
And we saw your live Facebook page just a couple of minutes ago, right?
You pulled that up. Yes, you did.
And on your Facebook page, you have directed that certain videos be removed from the Facebook page, right?
I don't recall.
One of the videos that you had removed was the one from February of 2019, where it talked about a sea of people and flooding the Capitol and violence in the Capitol in connection with the Fund the Wall matter, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You had your staff take that one down, didn't you?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Facebook never ordered you to take any video off your Facebook page, did they?
I don't recall.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
You want to proceed? I mean, you need a break? Y'all
Oh, no,
okay?
I'm doing great.
Okay, as long as, again, I don't.
Brand will not take long, and I assume we can have a break to get ready for final argument.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Representative Greene, I want to take you back to January 6th. You've already testified that you were on lockdown in the House chamber. And
I'm sorry.
I just need Mr. Bott to speak up a little bit.
Oh, you need to
I'm having
speak.
a hard time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
you've already testified that you were on lockdown in the House chambers.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to do a video?
Yes.
And a tweet accompanying that video?
Yes.
And about what time did that occur on January 6th?
I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
And where were you when the video was, when you took the video?
I was inside the House chamber and we had gone on lockdown, and it was after I had learned that there had been some violence outside the Capitol and someone had been shot, and there was just people that we were only told there were people inside the Capitol. And I got very concerned because at that time I was confused. I was so confused. I was shocked. I'd never been in anything violent before, any kind of situation like that, and I was really scared. And I went inside the cloakroom, inside the House chamber in the Republican cloakroom, into one of the phone booths where you can go to make a phone call or anything. I went inside there and I made a video telling people to be peaceful, not to be violent, and just giving out a message. And I tweeted that video from the Republican cloakroom.
Did you know at that time who was attacking the Capitol?
No, I didn't know. There was people were saying different things. We mostly thought that it was Antifa dressed up as Trump supporters. That was the first thing we were told. We had no idea. I was in the cloakroom, couldn't see the news. I just knew that we were on lockdown, and they said, by that point, they said, you cannot leave, you have to stay in here.
I'll show you what's marked as R1. It's the tweet. And I don't know, I think we just have the video on electronically.
This has already been admitted.
Yeah.
All right.
Is this your tweet and is this your face?
Yes.
And for, did you say in this tweet, a message from the Capitol? Be safe, be smart, be peaceful, obey the law. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump and support election integrity. God bless.
Yes.
Would you show the video, please? R1.
Somebody got that set
I
up.
don't see Devin. He was setting it up
Oh.
yesterday.
Mr. Hamilton said he would play it here today.
Dominic, wait a second, sorry. I don't see him recording.
Yeah, Devin was, set it up yesterday.
Okay.
Or maybe the day before. I'm sorry, didn't you get anyone?
Of course. Everybody's here, not me. I think that's a universal rule of life.
Take 5 memories of that.
We we had a thumb drive delivered, yesterday.
I know, again, I apologize. Technology.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, I have, this may be it. I have, that's it. Is that it? I mean, I guess it's safe, it's been in my custody. Again, I don't know where he is. And you do not want me touching the computer. I can assure you that. Right. I think this is it.
Do you want us to go on recess so we can set it up? We can break.
Well, we'll take 5 minutes. I mean, you know, people are not going to leave and come back in 5 minutes. It's going to take a minute to set it up. Sorry.
Okay. I thought it was all right.
It's all right.
It's there on my top. Or we can play it here, whichever. Can you go grab a laptop? Yeah, it could be on
It needs to be on that screen.
No, we don't know.
Okay, so it needs to, their laptop needs to be disconnected from that?
Right.
Yeah, so we just need to disconnect it from
Okay.
the display.
You don't usually get a converse. Stop it.
Do you need a laptop or something? No.
They can read his minds from him.
Oh, it's right there.
Yes. Well, again, listen, you told me, I'd like it. Here's the magic box. You want this magic box for you? Put a magic box.
I remember at the very beginning it was a little low, and it came up and sound. Maybe not.
I think you're ready to play.
Is it ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn it on. Go ahead. Let's go.
I think we're just trying to fix the volume.
I actually, I'm not here. I understand.
Yeah, you'll need to turn that up. Can you turn the sound down to maximum, please?
Just letting you know for all the great people, wonderful Americans,
Quiet in the
for
courtroom.
President Trump, that are here in Washington, D.C. today. Today is a time to support your president and just know.
You start up, yeah.
I have a message to you all. Just letting you know for all the great people, wonderful Americans who support President Trump that are here in Washington, D.C. today. Today is a time to support your president and just know that we're fighting for you here in the Capitol, in Congress, fighting for your vote and fighting for President Trump. So I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure that everyone is safe and protected, and let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support our election integrity, and support this important process that we're going through in Congress, where we're allowed to object
So this is very important. So I urge you to stay calm, be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in here fighting for you. So God bless everyone. Be careful, be safe, and be smart, and obey the laws. Thank you very much.
Representative Greene, is that you?
Yes.
As I look at your face and hear your voice, I think you're scared.
Objection. This is not for Mr. Bob to testify about his feelings.
What was your feelings at the time?
I was scared. I was very scared. I was concerned. I was shocked, absolutely shocked. Every time I said we're going to fight, it was all about objecting. And to me, that was the most important process of the day. And I had no idea what was going on, and I just didn't want anyone to get hurt. I didn't want to see anything terrible happen. And it was very upsetting. I was very, very upset when I made that video.
And you've been on the stand for several hours here during direct examination, and they showed you multiple tweets and multiple videos. Did they show you that video?
No, they didn't show that one or all the other social media posts that have been made on my accounts that I have made, or videos I have made where I've always denounced violence, and all the videos I've said and speeches I've said of how upset I was about the riot on January 6th and how much I didn't like it and how much I was against it. And even when I went and visited the January 6th defendants, pretrial defendants in the DC jail, and I went there to see their conditions because we had heard horrible things about
Your Honor,
treatment.
I don't know what this is relevant to. I object.
That is not relevant, so I sustain, yes.
No, cutting you off is going beyond the question. Thank you. Now, let me show you what's been admitted as R4. Now, this is a transcript of the video that's been admitted into evidence. And I want you to turn to page 2. And did you say these words? So I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure everyone is safe and protected. And let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support our election integrity, and support our important process that we're going through in Congress, where we're allowed to object. So this is very important, so I urge you to stay calm. Be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in here fighting for you. So God bless, be careful, be safe, and be smart, and obey the law. Thank you.
Yes.
I think there's a subsequent tweet that you did referring to the violence that occurred on January 6th. And it's P1P. And I'm actually not certain whether that has been admitted or not admitted. P1P.
I do not believe it's been admitted.
I know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember, but I see it's my MT Greene Twitter account.
So it went out from your Twitter account, and you don't know if you did it or another member of your staff or another person.
I can't recall exactly, but I think I tweeted this one.
Now, this says, and this is what the date is, January 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
This tweet says, "I proudly stand with Representative Mo Brooks and everything in his statement," which you link to later on. "The unhinged left is out of control, and their disgusting witch hunt is full of hypocrisy. Democrats are on record for support of violence all year. We did not plan, cause, and denounce," and that's capital letters, "denounce the January 6th attack. I defend my honor and reputation." So was that the message sent out on your Twitter account?
Yes, it's the same message I've said over and over again about January 6th.
Now, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified before Congress soon after the attack. It was before the Senate on March 2nd, 2021. And this is R5, which has been admitted into evidence. And let me show you this.
Are you moving to admission for it?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's been admitted.
I don't believe this has been admitted.
All right.
Are you moving to admit?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
I move.
No objection.
It's in.
One, two.
Admit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when he testified before Congress on March 2nd, of course, you're a member of Congress, right?
Yes.
And he said, "I was appalled, like you, at the violence and destruction that we saw that day." He's referring to January 6th.
Yes.
I was appalled that you, he's testifying before Congress, looking at members of Congress, our country's elected leaders were victimized right there in these very halls. Were you a victim of the attack?
Yes, I was. I was in the House chamber when it happened. I had to be evacuated to safety. We were held for hours in a secret location protected by Capitol Police, military members for hours until they cleared the Capitol. Yes, I was a victim of the riot that day.
No further questions?
Your Honor, I believe the testimony has opened the door on the issue of text messages that Representative Greene sent on January 6th during the insurrection. And we would call for their immediate production and the ability to have a moment to look at them so that we can examine her on them.
I thought the testimony was she did not send any other message.
No, she's testified that she sent messages to her children and her family.
Those were text messages. Those were not tweets. We did not talk about any text messages. That was the controversy over the admission of the text messages, which we have not referred to at all.
Except that Representative Greene referred to it when I asked her if she was in touch with anybody from that day from the floor, and she said she texted her family.
You can't open the door.
Hold on.
Only I could open the door.
Well,
Okay.
Let's first of all, do you have any questions other than this?
I do, and I'm going to preserve that position, but I'll move on.
I understand. Right. We're going to take a break. It's been a little chaotic for the last few minutes.
Representative Greene, you mentioned a number of statements that you made after January 6th where you talked about being upset about the fact that there was violence, right?
Yes.
Can you point to one press release or tweet or comment on Facebook prior to January 6th where you use the word peacefully in terms of urging people to behave peacefully at the demonstrations that were expected to occur?
I would have to look all through my social media, but I'm sure that it's there. I've always denounced violence. I denounced those Antifa BLM riots all over the country over and over, just like I denounced the January 6th riot over and over.
So
Even
you
to the
recall
people
that.
in jail, I told them that it was wrong. I told them in the DC jail I did not like what they did, but that I'm there because I support their due process rights, which is being violated.
Can you point to one video prior to January 6th where you urged people to behave peacefully on January 6th? One time in public, it's on video, where you said those words?
I don't have a computer. I don't have my social media. I didn't remember many of the social media posts that you pulled up and interviews.
I was interested that you answered some questions about FBI Director Wray's testimony in Congress. Do you believe the FBI was behind the January 6th violence at the Capitol?
I don't know. I certainly think there's a lot to be investigated. We don't know who Ray Epps is, the scaffolding commander. The Governor Whitmer's plot certainly leads to questions about things that happened on January 6th. I think there's a lot of investigations that need to happen.
You've referred to January 6th as a Fedsurrection, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bob, before we take our break?
No.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Do they rest, or what?
Do you rest?
No, we have an issue that we want to consult on, but either we're going to put in a video or we're going to move to closing statements, but the video has been admitted, so it's a timing issue that we want to talk about.
So you don't need the witness, she's excused.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. You are excused and may step down. All right, now, I believe we discussed we were going to take a break. Before we go, what do you want to do, Mr. Shelley? I mean, you want to take a break? I don't know what you're contemplating. Out of 5 minutes or an hour?
Yeah, I think, Your Honor, we would appreciate a very short break.
Well, let's take 15 and be back let's be back at 42.
Your Honor, can I ask a question? Are we absolutely dedicated to stopping at 4:30? If we went a little longer than that, would that be?
I will have to consult with the real powers.
Only because we're trying to figure out our presentation, the last piece of our presentation, if we want to close or do we have one more staying, and so it would be nice to know.
Well, I will consult with Judge Malley and we will respond when we reconvene.
Thank you.
Okay, we're off duty for 15 minutes. Judge Malley, could I
please be seated?
Yes, we should get that back in.
Y'all are good to exit.
Mr. Shelley, they disappeared. Well, we'll go. I'll tell him to get back. Yeah. Could y'all let Mr. Shelley know that we can go? We can go past 4:30.
Okay, I'll let
Just,
him know.
and would Mr. Bob?
Cool. Well, I'll touch base later.
Good idea.
Please take your seats.
Your wife's coming.
Is that ready to go?
Mr. Shelley, before we start, this trust committee has got here.
Thank you.
We could go.
Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Appreciate your counsel on the other side as well.
So let's see, where did we?
So, Your Honor, there are two last matters of evidence
Okay.
before we rest. We would apply for the entirety of P1 and P2, which are the tweets reflected in the ProPublica report and the Lofgren report, to be admitted. We believe that Representative Greene's testimony about how her Twitter account was operated, that she authorized tweets to be issued, is sufficient foundation for them to be admitted. And so we would ask that those two sets of plaintiff's exhibits be admitted.
Mr. Bob?
Yeah, if they, well, there's been a lot, oh my goodness, sorry. It made a lot more sense if we, if that had happened at the time, at each time, because just because it's authenticated doesn't mean it's admissible.
Well, that's why I'm asking, what's your position on this? There were a number of them that we went over, and then there were some that I don't believe we went over. And then I think there was one you requested to be admitted. So.
And it was.
And it was.
Yeah, it was. I have no objection.
All right, with the P1, so we're talking about, so we're now we're going to take all of the, and again, just to be, so I make sure I've got it right. We're looking at basically everything in P1. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. That's
Okay,
correct.
they're in.
Great.
They're in.
And P2 as well, which is
P2.
Lofgren.
Now, wait a minute. That's a different kettle of fish. What are we talking about? Are you talking about the whole thing?
Yes. These are her social media posts.
I do not object to the social media posts.
That's all they are.
Well, but there's also isn't P to the entire report.
Actually,
All right, well, all right. It looks like this is, again, you might want to take a second look at it.
Well, and I have looked at it.
Yeah, it looks to me like everything that's in P2 looks like it is, there's a cover page.
We're happy to exclude that, Your Honor.
Okay, that was my question. What about the cover page?
We'll exclude that from.
All right, so you basically are going to pick up from page 22 of 128 to 128, so 22 to...
That's right, Your Honor.
Which is just the text and the tweets and the enclosures.
Exactly, Your Honor.
And I'm going to admit it unless going once.
You've reserved, yes, and I know you reserved ruling on this, whether or not it is authenticated. And of course, we have made our individual objections yesterday.
Right.
And if that
and they're preserved.
you,
and they're preserved.
Yeah.
If you want, you're preserving those. In other words,
yes, please.
All right. We're going to preserve the objection, but I'm going to admit it. Okay.
Before we rest, Your Honor, we have one last piece of evidence, which is plaintiff's, P73, which is a video. It's 14 minutes long, Your Honor.
Which one is this?
This is the Washington Post.
Haven't I already admitted it?
It shows the events of January 6th.
Did I not already admit this?
Yes. I think
okay, why does the audience need to watch that? I can watch it.
That's fine. We thought that...
I've already watched it a couple of times.
Okay.
I mean, again, one of these things about...
it's only 17 minutes.
There's a lot of material in the record, which obviously was not the subject of today's hearing, which I'm perfectly happy to refer to and review in connection with the briefs. So, but I don't know that we need to play the video. And it's Washington Post video. It's available on public sources, right?
As you wish, Your Honor.
All right, great. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
No.
Before we do close.
The petitioners rest.
Rest. Anything else, Mr. Bob?
We rest.
Very well. All right. Well, I'll hear closing. Petitioners get the last word. Mr. Bob, you get to go first.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I again want to talk about the law, and then I'll talk about the evidence that has been submitted and whether or not that evidence meets the correct legal standards that we believe are applicable here. Of course, we enter procedure under North Carolina State Law 22-1-5, which permits Secretary of State to remove someone as a candidate for office if, one, they do not qualify as a candidate for office, or number two, if they are not eligible to take office, and in this case, on January 3rd, 2023. Now, they assert a disqualification under Section 3, is that Representative Greene engaged in insurrection or rebellion after taking the oath of office on January 3rd, and I assume, even though they're not clear, on January 6th. Section 3 also provides that, quote, Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. In other words, remove the political disability of not being able to take office by taking the oath, which is the trigger. And they can do that at any time. You can see the wording of the last sentence is not time limited. In other words, it could have been done last week. It could be done next month. It could be done on January 3rd, 2023, when Representative Greene presents herself. And before she's sworn in, Congress could pass a statute under Section 3, the last sentence, and she would then be qualified to take office. How in the world do we know right now that she will not be qualified on January 3rd, 2023. When Congress at any time, either for her in particular or for a class of people, as Congress has done. In fact, there were thousands of individual amnesties granted, and then 2 general amnesties granted by the Congress. They can do that at any time. It is impossible for this court to know at this time that she is not eligible to take office because of that contingency that can be exercised by Congress at any time in the future, up until January 3rd. That means this is nothing. She cannot be viewed as disqualified today because it cannot be determined that she is ineligible for office on January 3rd, 2023. That should end it. Now, second, this has already happened. The amnesty has already been granted. The simple argument about this is the 1872 Amnesty Act relieved the disability under Section 3 to, quote, all persons whomsoever. Representative Greene is a all persons whomsoever. And it relieved the political disability that Section 3 imposed. And by the way, the word imposed here is a past participle, meaning that phrase, imposed by Section 3, is an adjective regarding what political disabilities are we talking about. Because absent that modifier of political disability, it could be you're a felon, you lost your civil rights, and we're giving you amnesty from the political disability that you cannot take office as a convicted felon. So the only way to know what political disabilities we're talking to is the past participle. I didn't know this at the beginning, the past participle imposed by Section 3. Now we also know that Section 3 is both retrospective because it affected anyone in the past that had engaged in insurrection or rebellion after taking the oath and disqualified them from office. But it also had a prospective effect because why would we be here? If it didn't have a prospective effect, what would be the basis to apply this to Representative Greene? So we know it has both prospective and retrospective, and in the Amnesty Act of 1872, it was removed, that retrospective or prospective political disability under Section 3 was removed for all persons whosoever. And the district court in North Carolina agreed with that analysis. That case is now in appeal. The district court here in Atlanta did not, and that case is on appeal. So you get to be the tiebreaker. All right? Now, we also know that when the 1872 Amnesty Act was adopted, that they did intend to be both retrospective and prospective because of the wording of the 1898 Amnesty Act. The 1898 Amnesty Act, after the phrase disabilities imposed by the third section of the 14th Amendment of Article of Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, inserted the words, heretofore incurred. That is not in the 72 version. So Congress knew very well how to do a retrospective amnesty if they chose to do it. Because in 1889, that's exactly what they did. A retrospective only amnesty based on the words heretofore incurred. So, in accordance with the English language in the terms of construction, we can't treat heretofore incurred as like, surplusage or something. It comports with the understanding of Section 3 that the political disabilities were both retroactive and prospective. In 1872, the wording of that amendment, of that act, encompassed both. The 1898 wording only referred to retrospective. Now, we heard some, interesting things, about the history of our country from my fellow Hoosier law professor. But he admitted that when Congress considered the 14th Amendment in Section 3, there was not a word about any other insurrectional rebellion other than the Civil War. And that means that history about Shays and about the Whiskey Rebellions, as interesting as they are, would simply play no role. In other words, that was a historical occurrence. There is no evidence, even if we need to look at legislative history, no evidence that Congress considered that at all. So, I will soon be talking to you about what we do know about what they thought in 1867. But now, so let's get to the meaning of the words in Section 3. Engage in insurrection or rebellion is one, and giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof is number 2. Well, that number 2 is about foreign wars, as I will soon explain. Number 1 is about domestic wars, as has been described, and which were described at the time by authorities when they talked about those phrases. So, what is engagement? What is engage? It connotes conduct. And you will soon hear the authority for the proposition that is, quote, a direct, overt act, such as voluntarily joining the armed forces of the Confederacy, giving them food, giving the Army food, cash, whatever, shelter, the people in the War Department prosecuting the war, etc. Now, there is not a single piece of evidence that any of those things occurred here with respect to Representative Greene. There were certainly some 700 people involved, at least that have been charged to have been involved in the attack on the Capitol. Greene was one of them. They agree with that. And there is no other act of direct, overt act of an insurrection nature that she is engaged in. Not a single one. Now, of course, they're not satisfied with that. They want to use her political speech. And when they use their political speech, they want to use the nuances or the vagueness. Or wait a second, you didn't use the word peaceful in this one sentence, even though you said it over here. You didn't use it in this one sentence right here. And code words, for goodness sakes. Right there, this state is an insurrection, are insurrections. Right, says right there, 1876. Now, if you're going to use speech, which you can't use here because they didn't use the word incite violence, they said engage, or incite an insurrectional rebellion. They said engage in an insurrectional rebellion. But it is instructive. And it's different because you can see, for instance, in the Act of 1862, where there was a felony to, quote, incite, set on foot, whatever that means, assist, or engage in any rebellion or insurrection, end of quote. That's codified at 18 U.S.C. section 2383. Those two words are used in the same list. Rules of construction tell you that they have to be different, or they're surplusage, and we never assume that Congress is just throwing words out there as surplus. So they necessarily mean a different thing. Brandenburg defined incitement as requiring speech that, quote, directed or inciting or producing imminent, lawless action that is likely to incite or produce such, or that is likely to produce such action. Producing imminent, lawless action. Now that's very restrictive. That's very limiting. And of course the reason is the protection of the First Amendment, which we have now seen on full display here. Full display. The danger of construing words way beyond their meaning to allow political opponents to smear their opposition in a court of law. I know you've got, I understand the constraints Your Honor is under and the role that you play. And they have exploited that to the max. Well, what are the words that do not amount to insurrection? Well, we know there are words like that, or statements like that. Ku Klux Klan leader, quote, advocating the duty, necessity, or propriety of crime, sabotage, violence, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means to accomplish industrial or political reform. And the court said, that's advocacy, that's not incitement of violence. A representative of the NAACP said, if we catch any of you going in any of them racist stores, we're going to break your damn neck, end of quote. That's in the NAACP case. That is advocacy, not incitement for violence. And a Vietnam War protester, we're taking the effing street again, end of quote. Not incitement for violence, but advocacy, protected by the First Amendment. So we know the kind of words that will be considered that. So what do we have from them? We have a rally. There is no evidence that there was anything but that was anything but a peaceful rally. And an accusation that she organized it, which she didn't. And while she, on a few occasions, urged people to go to it, she didn't even go to it herself and speak. And there was zero evidence that anything unlawful happened there. These kind of rallies happen in the Capitol of the United States numerous times every single year, on the ellipse. I attend one of them every year. And guess what was one of the things they always say? And of course these are left-wing, right-wing, Democrats, Republicans, whatever. What do they always say? Well, once we're done here, go to the Capitol. Tell your representative, to vote for our issue. Okay? That, in their world, is calling for violence. When it is absolutely appropriate for people to go to the Capitol of the United States, to enter into it, it's absolutely lawful to do that, to go talk to their congressman, watch the House and Senate, whatever they might do. Flood the Capitol. It's a code word, I guess. Flood the Capitol. Then, well, what about this, Representative Greene? Did your staff take anyone on a tour of the Capitol between January 3rd and January 5th? Did any of you give any maps of the Capitol to anybody? What are they talking about? Congressmen do that every single day for their constituents. Is giving a tour or giving out a map some sort of code word, or to be viewed as what? Participating in a lawless riot? Oh, but 1776. Or what about Independence Day? Or how about talking about the Declaration of Independence? Or what about talking about the Revolutionary War for our independence? These are now code words for advocating a violent overthrow of the government of the United States. What an outrage. They want to hijack and cancel words like 1776, the Declaration of Independence, Independence Day, and the American Revolution. What about, oh no, defense of the Second Amendment? If you advocate for defense of the Second Amendment, you're in favor and in fact are engaging in the violent overthrow of the government of the United States. That's the implication, isn't it? Right? And of course, the Second Amendment says that the first part of it, a well-regulated militia, necessary for, a free republic or whatever, I don't remember exactly, then the citizens have the right to keep and bear arms. So yes, there's a military application, if you will, the militia. I mean, the militia won this, was a major factor in winning our Revolutionary War. Many people who were in the Indiana militia fought in the Civil War. And they were able to do that because of the Second Amendment in many cases. So, advocating for the Second Amendment is now a code word for engaging in insurrection and rebellion against the United States. How about get our freedoms back? Getting our freedoms back. She said those words. Oh my word. I mean, yes, people on the conservative side are concerned that the Biden administration is eroding our freedoms. I mean, we just got one back as a result of a federal judge, just like, 2 or 3 days ago. And so, yes, that is a concern about what will happen with the election of Biden, and it's proven to be the case. We have lost our freedoms, some of it. And to be concerned about that is quintessential political speech. Well, what about, they keep saying this, events of January 6th. So, what we're going to do is just mush them all together, right? They're all one thing, just mush them all together. Well, the First Amendment doesn't allow you to do that. What the First Amendment provides with respect to freedom of association, which is what a rally is, or under the First Amendment as an assembly, protected by the First Amendment, is that if you have a peaceful rally, which they had, there's no evidence otherwise, some people leave, as some people did, to the Capitol, and some of them committed an illegal act. This rally does not lose its First Amendment protection, because the actions of a few that show up in that situation are not, cannot be attributed to the organization itself, or who could ever have a rally? I mean, nobody can guarantee that somebody might show up, whether they be supporters of what the rally's about, or agent provocateurs, or whatever, and cause illegal acts to occur or violence. You can't. I mean, I've been to a rally with 500,000 people on the ellipse of the Capitol. And how do you guarantee that? And so what there's a two-step analysis. First, was the rally peaceful and nonviolent? Unquestionably so, under what we know and what the evidence is. Well, can the rally be held into account for what the few did that left the rally, went to the Capitol, and the few there, some 700, who attacked the Capitol? And this is what the Supreme Court said in the NAACP case. The right to association does not lose all constitutional protection merely because some members of the group may have participated in conduct or advocated doctrines that itself is not protected. The NAACP is particularly instructive here in that, and that was end quote. The NAACP is particularly instructive here as there were constitutionally protected speech, association, and petition designed to influence government action, i.e. support the constitutional right of members of Congress to object in the two votes on the regarding the Electoral College. Along with the illegal actions by a few, but the acts of the latter don't strip the others of their First Amendment rights, where the government failed to prove that, quote, the NAACP authorized either actually or apparently the unlawful conduct, either authorized it or ratified it, actually or apparently. There's no evidence of that. There's not a single word about that. So we have different events, some that are subject to First Amendment protection, others, the attack on the Capitol, that are not. And to drag her into, well, did you promote the rally? Did you put it on your calendar? Were you invited to speak? Joe Blow said you were invited to speak. Is to strip her of her First Amendment rights. All of these are First Amendment protected activities, every single one of them. And none of them constitute even incitement, much less constitute engaging in unlawful conduct. Now, of course, the question of the quote insurrection. The insurrection is narrowly defined. I quoted cases, some from 1898-4, some from 1842, some from the 1795 Militia Act, that all said basically the same thing, which is it has to be an armed uprising that is so formidable as to defy the authority of the United States in order to suppress it. And of course, we have a case, CJS says about riot, is that you can have mob violence and it's not an insurrection, unless it is so serious that actually military force is required to suppress it. Now, I mean, how do we know all this? Okay. Well, in 1867, and it came up, went up on the screen, P48 that has been admitted, was put up on the screen for a moment. And I have that, and I'd like to give you a copy. Now, I don't know who can read the exhibit.
I was getting ready to say.
Yeah. Okay. I confess I cannot. However, therefore, what I have done is at 3 o'clock in the morning, Thursday morning, I figured out how to not only, zoom it, okay, to make it larger, the applicable sections, but copy them. So I did that. And those are the attachments. All right? Now, because it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I kind of screwed up on my numbering, so it's 1A and 1B, and then I go 2 through 14 or so. And this takes you step by step through the analysis of the Attorney General of the United States in 1867. That was mentioned on this panel, okay? And shown to you. What the words engage in insurrection or rebellion and giving aid or comfort to the enemies there mean and meant in 1867, because those words were not just used in 1868 in the 14th Amendment, but they were used, and this is what the Attorney General was addressing. It was used in Reconstruction Act because they were going to open up voting to the people who lived in the Confederacy, old Confederacy. And they were required to take an oath. And that oath, in order to register to vote, one of its sections was that they have to swear that they did not, quote, engage in insurrection or rebellion or gave aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. The exact words, okay? So the first 1A starts about in the middle column. We're going to go down the middle column for a while, all right? And it starts with considering. I now come to consider the meaning of the disqualification arising from this point of the oath. It requires a person to state that he is, quote, not engaged in an insurrection or rebellion against the United States or given aid and comfort. Each of these are separately considered according to the Attorney General. On the next page, now it's on the left a little bit. My duty here is one of simple construction. And I thought this was important. He was not applying constitutional concepts to his construction, which of course under modern First Amendment jurisprudence, I mean, you absolutely have to do that. And as has happened in the NAACP case, etc., as we have discussed. And even at that, he viewed the oath, because you couldn't vote, as depriving you of a right. And that was important to his analysis. On page 2, he goes to that the requirement of the oath and the disqualification must be viewed as a punishment for that conduct. And as a result, it made the oath even more objectionable than the fact that it was also a violation of a right, and a right to vote. Now, then on page 3, he said any doubts must be resolved in the favor of the voter, and then said, what acts then are within the meaning of this provision? Well, at the bottom he says, well, the first sentence, engage in insurrection or rebellion, covers the case of domestic war, and the second phrase, aid or comfort to the enemy, applies to foreign war. So in this context, we need to be looking at engaging in insurrection or rebellion. He continues on page 4 on that analysis. Page 5 is not, I'm sure, interesting, but not relevant. And then we go to page 6. We are now to inquire what is meant by engaging in insurrection or rebellion against the United States. He said first, the force of the term to engage carries the idea of active rather than passive and voluntary rather than compulsory. And he then analyzes the voluntary part, all right, that conscripts cannot be charged with engaging because it's involuntary. But somebody who voluntarily joined can be. On page 7, he begins to consider, the question of whether persons may have engaged in rebellion without having actually levied war or taking up arms, and he finds in that regard that, for instance, people in the War Department of the Confederacy did engage, even though they didn't literally take up arms. We then go to why civil officers are not covered, people that just run the government, maintain the peace, do perform civil functions are simply not covered. And he continues that discussion on page 9, that I now concur in what amounts to individual participation in the rebellion. And of course, he agrees that it isn't only the Civil War that is to be considered, but that the Civil War provides much instruction on what is meant by rebellion or insurrection. Again, page 11 is continuing the discussion of voluntary participation. And then on page 12, at the top, he says, well, what is engaged? It says, quote, I am of the opinion that some direct, overt act done with the intent to further the rebellion is necessary to bring a party within the purview of engagement. A direct, overt act done with the intent to further the rebellion. That is where I get the phrase direct, overt act. And then he says, mere disloyal sentiments, think of their evidence, mere disloyal sentiments or expressions are not sufficient because they're not acts. They're talk. And so that is where we find out, surely, by one of the most authoritative sources, the Attorney General of the United States, at the very time these phrases are used in several constitutional provisions, one, and statutes, several, about what it means. It does not mean nuance. It does not mean innuendo. It does not mean code words. It does not mean First Amendment protected speech. A direct, overt act is conduct, and it has to be with the intent to further not some political agenda or whatever, but the actual insurrection that is occurring, the domestic war as they described it, he described it, that was a crime. Anything short of that, and every political disagreement is going to be characterized by bold, well-funded lawyers and interest groups into you're going to have to fight for your life. You're going to be disqualified from Congress. You're going to be whatever they can do to you. Maybe, in the worst possible situation, charged with a federal offense. Those the same words are used in a federal crime with a felony. I mean, and that's why I said at the beginning, two things. This is not about hyperbole, political smears, at least in my opinion. It has never been about that. It has to be about the law and what the law provides. Understanding that if this line is breached so that the political hyperbole of calling people insurrectionists turns into lawsuits brought by interest groups in order to abort our democracy, destroy the rights of voters to vote for candidacy of their choice, and preclude individual members from running for re-election. Our democracy, Your Honor, cannot survive that. We cannot survive these trials right here. This was never designed to do what they have employed it to do. We are stripped of our rights. Okay? We can't do discovery. We can't move to dismiss their complaint before trial. And certainly there's no time, I mean, we can try, but no time to do it, right? And we come into a hearing, all these cameras and all these live streaming and all this, why are they interested in this? Because Representative Greene's on the ballot? Oh, please. No, this is a political agenda. And this has been a political show trial, not because of your fault, but because of their exploitation of what we have done here, what has been done here. I mean, this procedure is for, you're not 25, Representative Greene, and she comes in with a birth certificate. This is not for a major trial that of intense factual and legal consequences and elements, part of which, constitutional claims, federal claims, cannot even be heard by you in terms of decisions. We have got to put a stop to this, and this is where it should happen. Thank you.
Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Bob talked a lot about the law, a little bit about the history, not much about the facts. I'm going to try to confine my remarks to the facts. And we're going to submit a brief, as Your Honor knows, next week with responses to all the interesting legal issues that Mr. Bob has raised. But it's been a long day, and it's been a difficult day, and it's been a solemn day. And we find ourselves back where we started, with the disqualification clause of the 14th Amendment and its three very simple requirements. That the candidate for federal office had taken the oath to the Constitution, that an insurrection occurred, and that the candidate, having taken that oath, engaged in insurrection, promoted it, supported it, assisted it, helped bring it into fruition. Those are the three elements we came here today prepared to prove, and those are the three elements that we have proved. Let's talk about each of the three. Marjorie Taylor Greene took the oath of office on January 3rd, 2021. She became a member of the United States House of Representatives, the body that represents not the states, but the people of the country in general, we the people. Now, Mr. Bob said this morning, words matter, and we agree with that. Our proof today started with the oath, because in taking the oath, Ms. Greene undertook a very solemn and very specific obligation to uphold the Constitution, to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now, taking that oath was an honor, but it was also an obligation. Ms. Greene was no longer a simple citizen of the great state of Georgia. She wasn't just another person with opinions and a Twitter account. She became part of our government. And she took on an affirmative obligation as part of our government to protect the Constitution, to protect its processes from anyone who would seek to block or impede them. That is what the disqualification clause is all about. That special status that is conferred upon a person when she takes the oath of office. Now, we'll argue in our brief to this court that that status means that Ms. Greene can't just say anything she wants that she could have said as a private citizen. And our brief will also point out that there are lots of things that people say that are words that matter and that also have legal consequences. But for that, all of that is for another day. Today, the evidence has proven factually that not only did Marjorie Greene engage in the ceremony of taking the oath to the Constitution, we've proven that the oath has meaning, that it has teeth, that it has consequences. Insurrection. What happened at the U.S. Capitol building on January 6, 2021 was an insurrection. It's as clear as day. And even Mr. Bopp doesn't really deny it. And how do we know that? Because he keeps talking about the rally. It's the rally. It's the ellipse. It's the rally. We're not talking about the rally. We're talking about what happened at the Capitol. Now, there are lots of words and phrases that can be used to describe what's on that Washington Post video that Your Honor has viewed a couple of times. Lawlessness, disturbance, a riot. And Ms. Greene and her counsel have used some of those words today and in their briefs. But the word they really avoid using is insurrection. A riot can be an insurrection. We learned that today from Professor Magliocca. Insurrections can be disturbances. They are lawless. They are unrest. But when it's used in the disqualification clause, an insurrection is more than these things. It is something where the purpose of it is to block, impede, disrupt a constitutional process or to overthrow the very existence of the government itself. Professor Magliocca explained all of this and how American history has faced many insurrections in the past and how all of them share the same features. Violence, aimed at the processes or the legitimacy of government. Sometimes they're aimed at courts. In this case, they were aimed at the legislature. And the violence that cannot be quelled by ordinary law enforcement means. Judge Boudreau, you saw and heard with your own eyes not just the violence, horrific and sickening as it is, but its goal, which was to stop the certification of the Electoral College vote in favor of Joe Biden. Its goal was to stop the constitutional process of the 12th Amendment, the peaceful process of transferring power between presidents. Its goal was to physically prevent Congress from meeting, to do the essential work of our democracy. And here's the worst of it. It worked. For a time, the insurrection worked. It succeeded, only briefly, but it worked. The joint session of Congress adjourned for several hours into the next morning and ceased carrying out its 12th Amendment function, all because of the insurrection. Because people violently flooded the Capitol with the goal of striking fear in the hearts of the people who work there and to use violence. Fear, violence, flooding the Capitol. These are words that came out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's mouth. Now, many people were responsible for this attack on our democracy. Most of all, of course, the individuals that you saw on the Washington Post video and many other places. They defiled the people's house. But they're not the only ones. There were others as well, the leaders, the people who justified, who promoted, who supported, who assisted, who encouraged this in the days and weeks leading up to January 6th. Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of those people. And how do we know this? We know this from the evidence. Let's start by talking about what we're talking about. As a legal matter, in order to be disqualified from federal office, Ms. Greene had to have engaged in insurrection sometime after January 3rd, 2021, when she took the oath. Your Honor, you've said it yourself. It's a narrow window, January 3rd to January 6th, 2001. And the evidence is very clear that, in fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene justified, assisted, supported, and promoted the insurrection in that window. That's what the term engaging in insurrection means under the law, and we will lay that out in great detail in our brief next week. It's a legal point, but it's a common sense point as well. Jefferson Davis didn't take up the musket and fire on Union troops, at least as far as I remember my history. But he was just as much an insurrectionist as the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Confederacy who did. Now, the January 3 to January 6 window can really only be understood by looking at the facts of what happened before that window and before the oath. There's really no dispute about this either. We have proven that Marjorie Taylor Greene was an advocate for violence against government officials. In fact, she advocated violence against the Speaker of the House, the highest ranking member of the House, Mrs. Pelosi, the very House that was attacked on January 6th, 2021. She admitted it. She kind of wiggled there for a second, and then she admitted it, and you saw that with your eyes. Treason, the death penalty, a bullet in the head. That's what she said about Nancy Pelosi. And we have proven that she saw the invasion of the Capitol building and creating fear is the word that she used, in the hearts of public officials, that she saw that as a legitimate political tactic. And when she told people, when she was discussing this tactic, that she told them they should feel like they can act in a violent way. She denied it. Not really. She said, I don't remember. That's CNN, that's fake news. Don't buy that. You don't have to accept that. You saw the videos and you saw the testimony. We have proven that Marjorie Taylor Greene was very clear on certain occasions with her supporters about her support for political violence. She said it on tape. The price of blood would need to be paid if the government took away her freedoms. She wouldn't even admit that that was a call for violence. She said something about the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and a bunch of other amendments. The price of blood could not be more clear. Now, this didn't happen in high school, as Mr. Bopp suggested in one of his objections. This happened in late October of 2020, when she was interviewed by Mr. Doar, and she was talking about how her freedoms and the freedoms of Americans could be taken away by a tyrannical government. It doesn't just come back on its own, these freedoms, she said. It has to be taken back with the price of blood. These are things that Marjorie Taylor Greene said as a private citizen, candidate for federal office, but a private citizen nonetheless, before the 2020 election. And maybe she has the right to say those things, or had the right, before she took the oath. But let's keep going. Let's keep moving down the timeline to the period after the election. And in that period, you saw and heard Ms. Taylor Greene speaking out consistently in claiming that the 2020 election was stolen by the Democrats. I disagree with that point of view, but I respect that people can have that point of view, and it's a perfectly, it's an acceptable part of our political discourse, for better or for worse. But then she said this, not just that the election was stolen, not just that there were ballots that were fraudulent, not just that it's time to make objections, perfectly legitimate thing to do. We have no problem with her objections on the floor of the House. But then she said something else. That mask that Mr. Fine spoke about this morning, it came down for just a minute. We can't allow power to transfer peacefully like Joe Biden wants, because he didn't win the election. We can't allow power to transfer peacefully. You saw and heard it with your own eyes, Judge. She said the quiet part out loud. She spoke her truth in a video that she made, that she posted on her own Facebook page, and that she wanted her hundreds of thousands of Facebook followers and the untold millions of other people to whom it would be available to know that her point of view was that you can't allow, we can't allow poverty, the power to transfer peacefully. Marjorie Taylor Greene said this when she was a federal official, or right about to be. It's not clear. But what we can tell from the context of that tape is that she stated her opposition to the peaceful transfer of power. And it was a stunning statement. This is not internet drivel. This is not the dark corners of Parler. This is a person who's a federal official, a member of government. And this wasn't even a rhetorical flourish on the back of a campaign truck after a long day. This is somebody who sat down in front of a camera and calmly and carefully told her viewers, we will not accept a peaceful transfer of power. We can't allow it. And then she said, we will not go quietly into the night. She framed this as an existential battle. A new 4th of July. A new 4th of July, 1776. This brings us right up to and into that critical window, that critical phase of time, January 3rd to January 6th. Marjorie Taylor Greene's rallying cry for violence at the Capitol on January 6th were the words 1776. Now, I think we all know that those words have a lot of meanings. They mean a lot to me. They are on the seal of the great state of Georgia, and I venerate that. But that's not what Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about. And here's how we know this, because here's what we've proved. Marjorie Taylor Greene organized objections on the floor of the House, and this was not an insurrection. This actually was part of the constitutional process, and we have no issue with it. But then, Marjorie Taylor Greene promoted, encouraged, and supported the idea of large demonstrations in Washington on January 6th. Now, there's nothing wrong with large demonstrations either. And this is Mr. Bob's point about the rally on the ellipse, not the insurrection at the Capitol. He says, well, you know, who cares? It's a good thing. I agree. People do these things all the time. I've done them as well. And demonstrations are an important and venerated part of our democratic tradition. She worked with organizers and made calls for people to come, and that's not a problem. Out of context. Out of context, it's not a problem. In context, this support was part of a scheme where lawful demonstrations were Plan A, the first step, and there was also Plan B. What was going to happen when all the lawful demonstrations happened and all the objections on the floor of the House were heard, and as everyone knew, they were futile. The votes were there to certify the election of Joe Biden. There was a Plan B, and Plan B was violence at the Capitol. Plan B was to physically enter the Capitol illegally, not on a tour, tourist tour, busting in the windows and doors, as you saw on that video, injuring and ultimately causing the deaths of law enforcement, to block the certification of Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election. That's what Plan B was. And Plan B had a name. It had a code name, 1776. Now, how do we know that? Well, the clues are everywhere. On December 30th, Marjorie Taylor Greene tweets out a rumor that there are lawful objections on the floor of the House may be blocked by a rule change. And Ali Alexander, who she acknowledges knowing, who says she's a friend, he's the organizer of a major demonstration, he tweets in response to that, 1776 is always an option. And he refers to what 500,000 people will do to that building if the objections are suppressed by a rule change. That's what that tweet exchange is about. I don't believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't read every response to her tweets and care about them. I think she acknowledged it in truth. And she knew exactly what 1776 meant in that context. She denied it, sort of, not really, I can't remember. Don't buy it. She knows exactly what Mr. Alexander was referring to. And by the way, when that tweet came out and that reference came out to 1776, we don't see a response to, what is this? I don't know what this is about. Or, gee, if you're talking about doing violence in the Capitol, 500,000 people doing something to that building, I want no part of that. And we heard a lot about Ms. Greene's saying that she's always peaceful, and she put out comments about peacefulness. Never one before January 6th, only after. That video, after. Those press releases, after. You got to ask yourself, why is that? Well, obviously the insurrection succeeded for only a few hours, and then the tide turned, and people saw it for what it was, and she needed a cover story. Marjorie Taylor Greene knew perfectly well what 1776 meant, that it meant violence against the government, overthrowing a tyrannical government, and that was Plan B of January 6th, 2021. She embraced it and she promoted it. And probably the most important piece of evidence from our point of view in this case is Plaintiff's Exhibit or Petitioner's Exhibit 27. This is the short clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene on Newsmax. It's the night before January 6th. She's asked a number of questions about the objections that she and others are going to lawfully file on the floor. And then the broadcaster asks her, so what's your plan? How do you think this is going to play out and roll out tomorrow? And her answer is one sentence. This is our 1776 moment. It's a stunning statement. It has no meaning unless you know the code. It has no meaning unless you're in the club. It's 1776. It's Plan B. It's block the certification. It's flood the Capitol. It's use violence if you have to. This is a message posted, stated on January 5th, in the middle of that window, posted on Facebook to her hundreds of thousands of followers and anybody else who wanted to see it on January 5th, from a sitting member of the United States Congress. It was her clarion call. People knew what she meant. They knew exactly what she meant. Tomorrow is our 1776 moment. Now, it's interesting that the examination that Mr. Bob did of his client never asked her about that. Never asked her about providing support to people who were planning the demonstrations, or providing support for people who ultimately broke into and trashed the People's Temple. Never asked her any of those questions. She never addressed it. When I asked her, she said, I don't remember, I'm not sure, I don't think so. So what do you have before you, Your Honor, at this point? You have her own words, in context, against nothing. Not even a real denial. Judge Boudreau, Marjorie Taylor Greene comes to this court and this nation, and she asks to be a candidate for federal office. She comes with untrained hands. With her hands, her words, her actions, she was one of several leaders who gathered the kindling, who created the conditions, who made it possible for there to be an explosion of violence at the Capitol on January 6th. And then she dropped the match. Now she comes into this courtroom and she says she's surprised and appalled that a fire occurred. Sticks of wood and dry leaves are harmless in and of themselves. In fact, they're natural, they're healthy for the environment. Rallies, protestations, objections on the floor. These are all things that are good for the Republic. They're part of our tradition. But when the conditions are dangerous, some people capitalize on those conditions and they add a spark, a flame, that causes all of those things to explode into a fire, violence, and death. That flame can be in the form of actual assistance given to people who perform the acts of violence, like the quartermaster in the Confederate Army who passes out the muskets and the balls and the rations. But that flame can also be a spark by words, by signals, by signs, by code, by promotion, by justification, by support, by assistance. And that is what Marjorie Taylor Greene did. That's why we're here. Your Honor, we urge you to find that Marjorie Taylor Greene is disqualified from the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of one of the greatest political documents in the history of the world, the United States Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. It's quite late, but I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to talk about the briefing and a couple of things. First of all, I would greatly appreciate it if someone would get us a copy of this, you know, a blown-up version or something that's easier to read. I mean, I appreciate what you did, Mr. Bob, but if somebody can do a better job of it, that'd be great. No offense.
It's beyond my capacity.
No, but I'm sure you have folks that can do that. And that gets into a couple of things about the briefing. Again, briefings due about midnight on Thursday. A couple of things. I want to be sure that, Mr. Bob, one of your objections, the first one I think in the motion to dismiss, was about the fact that this procedure, and I know I can't determine it's unconstitutional, but I'm talking about findings, about related to the belief and the concerns, some of which you voiced in your closing argument. I would like to hear what you would like for me to think about finding. I mean, we haven't really talked about that very much because it's not something I can decide, but it's something I need to consider. In particular, I think the question of the word believe, and I think I mentioned the footnote reasonable. I mean, there's issues there. I would appreciate both sides to comment on that. You don't need to write 40 pages, but I'd like to understand your views on that, and I'm sure you will. We mentioned this. We're dealing with some very ancient, historical, I mean, 200 years old. You know, what's it? Europeans laugh at us. They live in houses older than our country. But in all seriousness, some of these authorities are pretty obscure. As long as we can find them and pull them up, that's great. Particularly like if there's a link and it's public, somewhere, that's great. If it's something that's really obscure, that's not readily available on the internet, you can't point us to. First of all, our first preference is just tell us where it is on the internet where we can find it, or if it's readily available. If that's not available, please supplement your briefs with copies of anything arcana like that, so that we don't have to spend time chasing stuff down, because we don't have time, a lot of time either. Obviously, I gotta leave it to y'all how you want to organize your respective briefs. At this point, the record has gotten a little bit chaotic because we've had so much back and forth, and we've had a number of orders and I know, Mr. Bob, that you've got your original motion to dismiss a lot of those arguments which you made in your closing. It might help, if you don't mind doing it, to maybe put them together again in light of this hearing and maybe focus them and streamline them so I just don't have to wallow around trying to look at multiple documents. I'm sure Mr. Shelley would do the same thing. Brevity is always better. What is it? Write it like you think I'm going to sign it. Because we do need to get this done. I mean, the Georgia courts move very fast. We will move very fast. I hope to have it out within a week of you all getting it to us. This is extraordinarily important stuff.
Your Honor, thank you, and thank you for the directions on the briefing. And fortunately, my associate, Melina Siebert, who's done a really fine job, is listening, and I'm sure taking notes. So we'll do the best we can.
Right, and again, I know everybody's running and gunning, and I gather there's been an appeal filed to the 11th Circuit. So I don't know what your briefing schedule is on that. I know there's a briefing schedule in the 4th Circuit case. I'm sure you have a lot of fires to put out, and I'm fully cognizant of that. But so just I'm sure you do the work. By the way, y'all do great work. I mean, everybody's working under exigent circumstances very quickly, and everybody's taking it seriously the way it needs to be taken. So I'm sure it will be very helpful, and we look forward to getting it and finishing this stage of the matter. Before we close, is there anything else?
Nothing for petitioner.
Thank you. No, other than, Your Honor, you've really done a fine job in a very extraordinary way.
Thank you. Thank you. Flattery is always appreciated.
Put us down for flattery too, Judge.
I think when it's merited, it ought to be provided.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody's conduct and discipline. I appreciate everybody scrambling to be here. So with that, I think that concludes the hearing. Everybody's dismissed.
Hey, folks, first floor, the building, the
record is now closed. I think a lot of microphones.
No, you don't have to stay.
So I would
Right,
suggest
left,
you not
the
say
revolving doors, there's a glass door. You press the green exit button to the side, you can go right out there.
Make sure you stay on the full left elevators, if you're on the far right elevator, you're going to get done.
You want to take
Days for rapid decisions.